Talk Shoe. Recorded live.
Hi, everybody. It's
Hello.
March 17th, St. Patrick's Day. It's our 100th anniversary. Well, it's our 100th episode on Talk Shoe. I hear background noise already.
Yeah, get real.
Tonight we're going to have Constitution Man and Robert Fox and Truth. Truth, are you there? I think you're already on, aren't you? Truth, are you on with us? Maybe she got knocked off. I don't know. Oh, well. She'll be on soon. I just spoke with her on Skype, so I'm knowing she'll be here. And we've got, how about Constitution Man? Are you on? It was mentioned that he might be a little late coming on, but I'm not sure. And then Robert Fox, I left a message for him, and I heard he wasn't feeling so well, so I hope, you know how things are. I hope we have our guests scheduled coming on tonight. If any guys, if any of you are on here, please speak up. Robert Fox, Constitution Man, Truth. Is anybody out there? If not, we can chit-chat.
Yeah, there's a lot of people. Hey, I want to ask you something about that call the other day you were on. It was excellent.
Which one?
What was the name of it? Oh, it was just the other day.
Was Robert Fox or John Worrell or?
No, it was a lady. It was a lady. I got in. I didn't hear the beginning. I just heard part of it, and it was really good. She was excellent, exceptional.
I think it's the lady you said you was going to try to get in on at a later date.
Oh, Cece.
No, Joyce.
Oh, that wasn't my call. That was someone else's call. That wasn't my call.
Oh, but you were
I was
on
on
it.
it. Yeah,
I saw you on there. That's right. She was really good.
Oh, yeah, that's Joyce Rosenwald. She's been around forever.
I'd love to hear more from her. She is.
As soon as I can find out how to get her, I'm going to get her on our call so she can
good.
Out.
That would be great. That would be wonderful.
Yeah. Isn't
I
she
want to ask you something, Angela, before we get started. I'm down here in Mobile, Alabama, and I've been driving my car with no license plate, and consequently I've had some tickets. And one day, about 2 months ago, I got arrested. And
for what?
I got arrested because I had some warrants, And anyway, so what happened is
well, what they do? They come to your house and get you, or how did they find you?
They came to my house. I was not home, but I rent rooms. I've got two renters in my house, two of the bedrooms, and the police came in and they had them lay down on the ground outside, and it had been raining during the night, so there was mud, and they laid down in the mud while they went inside my house and they searched my house. Now, I don't think I'd fit in the drawers, okay? And they had no search warrant, okay? So anyway, so what happened is one of the renters called me up. We were having a meeting at 8 o'clock in the morning at a breakfast place. And he called me up in the middle of the meeting, and he said, "Joe, where are you at?" And I said, "I'm down here at the Waffle House." Which one? And I told him which one. And so then he said, "Because there's a bunch of cops here that want to arrest you." And I said, "Well, let me talk to one of them." So he handed the phone to one of the cops. And the cop says, "Joe," and he said my last name, "you have some warrant for your arrest. I want you to come here right away." And I said, "Okay, I'll be down. I don't get upset, So anyway, I had one of the guys that was in the meeting with me drive me to my house, And so when we got to my house, there was nobody. There was no cops at all. So he says, my friend Bob says, well, maybe they've got other things to do, you know. So anyway, we went back to the Waffle House, and there in the parking lot, there's all these cops that came after us, and they came out with their guns and everything. It's like we were big criminals, you know. And so they took him in to the car and questioned him, and they arrested me. They put handcuffs on me, and they had their guns drawn. Now I had some traffic tickets, you know. And so anyway, so what happened is my Sunday school teacher in church is an FBI agent, okay? So I told him the next Sunday, I told him what happened. He said, well, the police chief is a very good friend of mine. Just write him a letter and tell him what happened. I'm sure he can work things out for you. So anyway, so I wrote a letter, and apparently the next Sunday, this FBI agent, my Sunday school teacher, says, one of the agents in the office wants to talk to you. And I said, what is it? Well, you wrote, it's about the letter, I think it's about the letter that you wrote to the police chief. And anyway, so I said, well, you told me to write the letter. And he says, what did you mention my name for? And I said, well, you told me it was okay to mention your name. Well, anyway, consequently, what's happened is I met with two FBI agents yesterday, and all they tried to do was try to get me. They were trying to build a case, and I wouldn't really, I wouldn't really commit to anything because I'm not a criminal. I mean, the only thing I do, I just don't use license plate and a driver license. That's not a crime as far as I'm concerned.
Okay, but what does this have to do with them coming without a warrant and searching your house? I don't understand where you're going with this.
What I wanted to tell you is that what's happening is here, this FBI agent was telling me to write the police chief, which I did, and then after he heard from the police chief, I'm sure the police chief got back in touch with him, and his whole tune had changed. Now there's a bad guy, and this is why he sent some of the FBI agents to question me. And I think that they're trying to figure out a way to arrest me for something or another to try to build a case. Anyway, so I wanted to ask what if I made any sense here. If anybody's got any ideas, anybody listening has got any ideas.
All right, well, we'll ask, but first I want to ask to see if any of our special guests are here. Truth, are you here?
Greetings, I'm here. I was just muted out while I was listening to him. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Good, I'm so glad you're here. And also, what about Constitution Man? Are you on?
He's traveling. He should be a little late, but he'll be here.
Okay. And how about Robert Fox?
I got his voicemail because I called while I was muted out. So I don't know. He wasn't feeling very well this morning when I called him to remind him about the show.
Oh. Well, hopefully he'll be on. Are you on, Robert Fox? Somebody in Central Texas is on here, but they just muted out, so I'm not sure. All right, well, we'll wait for them to come on. In the meantime, Truth, do you have any advice for this gentleman?
Well, I would first start with the Constitution's Man Right to Travel package. There's excellent case law in there. It's still in full force and effect, and it has not been overturned.
We also have a travel package on there from Michael James Anthony, is it?
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. But I don't know. Is that his name? I have so many Michaels I can't keep track.
Well, yeah, Michael James is from Idaho. But there's excellent case law in the Constitution, Man Right to Travel package. The fact that they can't take your privilege and convert it into, they can't take your right and convert it into a privilege and charge you a fee and license it. And the fact that Marbury versus Madison still says that the Constitution is the supreme law of the land, and no state can write a law that's repugnant to the Constitution. And you got Shuttlesworth versus Birmingham, Alabama. He takes you through the case law that you need, and they are violating the Fourth Amendment when you have a right to be secure in your papers, property, and your person. So if they want to search for something, they have to have a search warrant that gives a specific area to be searched, specific items that they're looking for. Other than that, that's police harassment, and they're usurping what's called police powers. And
yes. See, Truth, the FBI agent, my Sunday school teacher, agreed with me, but after I wrote the police chief, and the police chief got back to him, his tune completely changed. Now he's a bad guy, and this is why he got the other agents to come over and visit me. Do you understand what I mean? I mean, I'm not. I'm very comfortable in what I'm doing. I've been going around the country in many different states with no driver license and no license plate for probably about 10 years, and so I have no problem with that. I mean, it's just what the FBI did that I'm talking about.
Okay, well, the FBI has no authority if they didn't check in with the county sheriff. That's the sheriff's responsibility to allow them in their jurisdiction.
Yeah, I know that they have no authority, and this is why. But the reason is because this FBI agent was one of his best friends was a police chief of Mobile, Alabama. You see.
That's irrelevant. If only the sheriff can give the FBI authority to come into his jurisdiction. The police chief has nothing to do with it. It has to be done through the county. Are you missing that?
Well, I understand. I understand all of that. But what I'm saying is that there have been some things wrong right from the beginning. I mean, right from the beginning when they came into my house, and they had my renters lay down on the ground in the mud with face down in the mud, and while they went inside my house and searched, and
can't you make some kind of a complaint?
Pardon me?
Can't you make a complaint?
Well, I mean, who do I make a complaint to? I mean, I can't go to the police because the police are the ones that committed the crime on me. And then the FBI, this FBI agent yesterday when I met with him was talking to me. He said, well, it's against the law for you to drive your car without license plate and the driver license in the state of Alabama. And they did right because they had the right to do that, and all of that. I mean, he was like totally on their side. It's like the FBI was supposed to be helping me, but they were not helping me at all.
It's so complicated. This is really a complicated issue.
No, if he would listen, the federal officers committed the crime against you, you would get their name and badge number and file a complaint with the sheriff. Again, they would have had to have the sheriff's authority to come in and harass one of the citizens.
See, what I fear is that these people they are criminals, is what they are. They commit crimes.
That's not going to stop that.
Huh?
That's not going to stop them from being criminals. We know that. So if you have a fear, I would not do this.
Can I make a quick comment?
But sure.
They're right. You need a driver's license to drive, but you do not need a driver's license to travel. I don't know if you know there's a difference.
No, you're right. I misworded. I shouldn't have said it that way, but yeah, I'm traveling. Yeah.
You can travel from point A to point B unfettered. You do not need a driver's license to travel.
Exactly.
They trust words, so you have to watch carefully.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah.
And what I'm going to tell you is that you know that they're telling you what the law is, and they're misstating it. That's not correct. Why don't you have a printed copy of the law to show them that there is no such law?
Yeah, and I've got all the paperwork. I've served the Attorney General of 10 different states. The Attorneys General of 10 different states, from Utah all the way to Florida, and they have not been able to refute what I put in this paper.
But you're not listening to the question I asked. I asked you, why don't you have a copy for the people that's harassing you to show them that they're in error?
Oh, I sent a copy to the police chief. I mean, he's had a copy, and he could have answered me. And I wish that there was a way that I could put it on the chat, but I can't because it's too long. It's about 4 or 5 pages. There's no way that I could do it.
Hold on a second, would you please? Hold on a second, please. Please hold on a second.
Sure.
Everyone that's on the call, if you're not going to be participating in the conversation, please press *6. And if you would like to ask a question, press *8. And then I'll unmute you, or you can unmute yourself. But in the meantime, unless you're going to be speaking right now, please press *6. I appreciate it. And, okay, continue on.
I'm putting my email on the chat, so in case anybody wants to get a copy of this paperwork, I'll be happy to send it to them. Just send me an email, and I'll return it with a copy of the paperwork that I have sent the attorneys general of 10 different states, and also the police chief of Mobile.
Okay. Why would you send? My thing is, if the FBI is the person that's harassing you, why are you sending stuff to 10 different attorney generals when the FBI comes out of D.C.? You're not notifying the proper party. Why you going around the issue?
Well, the FBI just came into the picture just like recently, like a couple months ago. See? So, but then the reason that I serve attorneys general of 10 different states is because I was traveling in those states. I've been living in Utah, and then I went through Wyoming, Colorado, Kansas, Missouri, Tennessee. Arkansas, Tennessee, Mississippi, and Alabama, and Florida. So that's why I had to serve all of these guys, these attorneys general.
And again, that's not the proper party. Okay, I'm gonna state that again. The attorney general does not have anything to do with the job of the Secretary of State. The Secretary of State is the enforcer of every state, and the Secretary of State, the DMV, is a Department of Secretary of State. You're not notifying the proper party. Why didn't you put the Secretary of State on notice and the Department of Motor Vehicles on notice for those states? You're notifying the Attorney General. He has nothing to do with that.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
License comes from the Secretary of State. The Attorney General has nothing to do with that.
Oh, okay. I get it. All right.
I'm
Well, see, I was just mistaken. I just thought that's who I should send it to, and that's probably what I should do is send it to the Secretary of State too.
That's right, because the Secretary of State is the enforcer of the law, not the AG. Now, once you do your correction, because that's why we have erasers on pencils, because we make mistakes. Now you need to go back and get the address and names of every Secretary of State and send a new letter out with a copy of the letter that you sent to the AG so they would be retroactive. Does that make sense?
Yes. Okay, so the Secretary of State and who else now? The Secretary of State and there's a director or a head of the Department of Motor Vehicles for that state. You want to send it to the Secretary of State and to the head of the Department of Motor Vehicles. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay.
But you also want to include a copy that you mistakenly sent to the AGs of every state, just to let them know that, this has been done prior. You just didn't notice the proper party.
Okay, now, see. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Okay.
I muted you on accident.
Oh, okay. All right. So that's not the question right now. The big question right now is what the FBI is trying to do, because the FBI is a friend of. This FBI guy is a friend of the police chief.
But
do you see what I mean?
Your concern is if they violated your rights in any way. Who's friends with whom is irrelevant. Why do you keep making that an issue? The issue, you have to prove that he called them in to specifically harass you. You can't pick and choose who a person is friends with. You have to have some type of nexus. What is the nexus of him coming to visit his friend that leads them to you? Where's that nexus? I'm missing something.
Well, we're going to move on. We've got people lined up, and if you would like to stay on, we can continue later. Or if you'd like to contact me or Truth, you need someone to help you, like one-on-one. So, but I want to find out if our guests are on yet. Our hosts, our guests that are supposed to be on tonight. If you're here, please let me know if Constitution Man is here or Robert Fox. Please speak up. Or press *8 if I have you muted out. Otherwise, Truth, you want to answer some questions? We got 5 people lined up to ask questions. They're welcome to ask them.
But of course, you know that's how I like to roll. I like to do a Q&A. I don't like to premeditate nothing.
Okay, we're going to move on then. And what was the gentleman's name? I don't even know what his name was. Hold on, let me find him.
His name was John from Alabama.
Okay. All right, email me and see, we have GEABPAILIN, Palin. All right, well, hold on a second. Hi, are you there?
Yes.
Gentleman that was speaking before. No, the gentleman that was speaking before. Where'd he go?
You see my name, JOEKLNCUR at gmail.com.
Okay. All right.
That's my email.
I wasn't sure. Okay.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure. Okay, I know who you are.
Okay.
All right, let's carry this on later, okay, Joe?
Sure. Okay.
All right, great. Thank you so much.
All
We're going to move on. Okay. Go ahead, Michigan. You have a question?
Yes, I have a question. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
If you send a promissory note to the state for taxes that they indicate that you owe, income taxes, and they send you a letter back and say that they don't accept that as a form of payment, what can you do? Anything? And how can you keep them from constantly garnishing your bank accounts? And in addition to that, I went to the County Registrar of Deeds office, and I see that they garnished my bank account and had not even filed the proper forms to indicate that that action had happened until a week or so after they confiscated my money by garnishment. Is there any way that I can address that? Number one, the first question is the promissory note. I sent that in for payment of taxes that I was purported to owe, and they say they don't accept it. After 6 months, they indicate that they don't accept that as a form of payment, and that they insist that I pay within 30 days a $27,000 tax bill.
Did they send it back to you?
No, they didn't send me the promissory note back.
Truth? What do you say?
Well, number one, she needs to go to know your Constitution. I mean, if you study, if you just listen to the particular video, the answer that you need is right there. If they kept a note, that's because they negotiated it, and they can't tell you what form of specie to make a payment in. And the fact that there is no tax law, you don't know these things. So if I tell you, I want you to get in trouble, I want you to go learn it for yourself.
But in 30 days, how much learning can I do? Let's be realistic. I need to know something that I can read and learn and understand and resolve this before 30 days is up.
But that's why you need to go to know your Constitution, because that'll happen. Not only will they teach you, and I am being realistic, I don't know your learning ability, but everybody knows
I'm speaking
if
to
you know
you that
the Constitution, he will give you the exact case law, book, page, and line.
But what is case law if you don't know how to enforce it? I mean, we're all squawking and sending case laws and papers in, and they're just saying we don't accept this. And then they keep on pursuing you.
Who do they work for? That's the whole thing. Why? What's the purpose of me telling you the answer if you don't know how to enforce it? And why are you letting people to tell you what to do with your stuff?
All right.
When you're involved in this process and you're trying to find the proper information, it's not straightforward. It's difficult, and it's mired in a lot of different kind of verbiage, and you don't know how to enforce it.
Well, I tend to disagree with you, ma'am. It depends on who you're studying and where you're studying. And I'm asking you to go to where your remedy is in the Constitution. And if you would do as I asked, I'm telling you, by the time you learn that one video, you would know what the law says, exactly where to find the law, and how to enforce it.
What? Could you repeat that again, please?
Oh, no.
The reference, that's all.
Know your Constitution. I said, I can't understand. You already got it.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, let's see here. Let's go to Cowboy. Oops.
Hello?
Greetings.
Hold on a second. Hold on. Rose 25, I accidentally released you by mistake. First was Cowboy.
That's me.
Go ahead,
Okay.
Cowboy.
Do I have to mute again?
No. Just be kind of quiet.
Okay.
Go ahead, Cowboy.
Yeah, I had a question about the lady that was giving us information about Know Your Constitution. Is that a link on your website, or where do I find that, or is that some kind of link, or? website or something?
It's on myprivateaudio.com, and it's also on YouTube.
Okay. Is it listed as Know Your Constitution?
Yep. That's the Constitution's man's
video.
Video.
But I'm having some of the same kind of problems, and I'm willing to go study them out because they don't want to pay attention to you out here. We got a bunch of.
Well, they have no taxing authority, and if you go to myprivateaudio.com, the case law that's referenced in the video is right there for you to download. It's not a problem. The case law is right there for you, but you have to know how to use it.
Okay, now what I got on here tonight for a friend of mine told me about this was about the foreclosure stuff. Do we have a place we can go and study that, learn how to put a stop to that?
Yeah, you could study the Corpus Juris Secundum, Book 59, sections 1 through 600, and
you're breaking up, ma'am. I'm sorry. Can you go with that again? The Corpus Secundum?
Yes, it's called CJS, Corpus Juris Secundum. Book number 59.
Page 59?
No, book number 59.
Book number 59. Okay.
Sections 1 through 600.
Okay.
You want to go to restatement of the law on mortgages?
Okay. That sounds like what I need. I guess you have these calls every week?
Yes, every Thursday. But there are also other calls on TalkShoe. We have a TalkShoe guide on the website where you can see all the different TalkShoe calls that you might be interested in. They all speak about or address the same issues.
See, I filed a federal lawsuit, got more of the servicer bought it back because they wouldn't give me a temporary restraining, but that was back last August, and now they're trying to get a summary judgment. Filed a deal in the federal court today to kind of stop that. I hope I stopped it, but I'm doing this all myself because I don't trust lawyers. So,
well, the quickest way for you to learn is to send the Angela a $50 donation, and you could get a copy of Dan Benham, and you could watch a two-part, 2-disc DVD set. Mortgages, and that's where I got my. That's where I first learned about mortgages from.
It'll really help you and stop them from. See, they've already had the sale. I'm just trying to prove to the court that they don't have the right to do it.
Well, the court already knows that, and you're right. You have to prove that they don't have the right to do it. So that's why I gave you where you can find the law that says that they don't have the right to do it.
That's in this Corpus Juris Secundum, Book 59, Section 1 through 600?
Yes, and the restatement on the law on mortgages. That's where the law is that says that they don't have the right to do it.
Restatement on mortgages, you say?
No, it's restatement on the law. And you want the chapter on mortgages.
Now, where did I find that at?
At the law library. Same place you're going to find CJS at the law library. Those are books that they don't let out. You have to look at those books at the library.
They're not on the website anywhere? Well, what was that deal I'd get send a $50 donation to Angela?
That's a Dan Benham.
Okay.
But you have to have Skype. I'm only sending it via Skype.
And I don't have Skype because every time I try to put Skype on my computer, it screws it up.
Well, you can order the physical copies. I'll have her put the address I'll have her post the address where if you want the physical DVDs, it's still $50. You just write and send a $50 postal money order, and they'll send you back the DVDs.
Okay.
Excuse me, what address would you send that money order to? Because I would like a DVD.
Said I'm going to have her post it. One moment, please.
Okay.
Hey, maybe.
Hi, Angela.
Hi, Carlos.
No, this is not Carlos.
That was
just Harold.
New York. That's
Harold.
New York.
Hi,
New York,
Harold.
honey.
How you doing?
Glad you came on.
Okay.
And I resent that. And you know, I know she's not the only one on the call, so, and I know who you are. She didn't.
Well, you had stepped away. How you doing, Truth?
I'm fine, and you, my beloved.
All right. Continue on.
Are you going to give us an address, Truth?
Sure. If they, it's 19785 West 12 Mile Road, suite number 86, and this is in Southfield, like north-south. Southfield is one word. Michigan, 48076.
What's the zip again?
48076.
What was that street name again?
West 12 Mile Road.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that again.
It's West 12 Mile Road.
12 Mile Road, thank you.
I have 19785. Is that correct?
Yes.
West 12 Mile Road, Suite 86. And that's Southfield, all one word, comma, Michigan, 48076. And it's up on the chat. You can come back and retrieve the transcript of the chat later if you like. It's written out for you. Otherwise, we're going to move along. Okay, Cowboy, thank you very much. Guest 14, I hope you got the address. I'll read it again. It's 19785 West 12 Mile Road, Suite 86, Southfield, Michigan, 48076. And we're going to move on. Okay. Froze 25, did you have a question?
Hello. Yes, hello.
Oh, hold on 1 second. True. Who do they make it out to?
David Dye, D-Y-E.
Okay. David Dye, D-Y-E. Got it. Okay, Fred, go ahead now. Sorry about all that.
Okay, Angela, first off, I'd like to thank you and Truth for doing a great job. I really appreciate the information you're giving out. My one question is, in New York right now, they're trying to say that a certified copy of a note is proof of, I guess, being a holder in due course. How do you bring that into a case to make them present the actual wedding signature note as proof?
Whose signature is it?
Well, the original person that issued the note, the homeowner, so to speak.
So I'm going to ask you a question, and please understand this is a question.
Okay.
What if I brought in a note with my signature on it, and they said they had a certified copy of it? Then what?
Well, I would say, well, yours is a wedding signature and theirs is not. That would have higher standing.
Okay, then why not do that?
Is it as simple as that? Is there any type of legal jargon that needs to be used in a court case like that? Or
whose note is it? Okay, I'm going to ask you again, whose note is it?
The note is the issuer's, so that would be the homeowner.
Okay, so how can they prove that they have a certified copy of an original note if I'm bringing in an original note? Does that create controversy?
Absolutely. So is it like that you would object with proof of claim?
that case has to be thrown out of court. Because theirs has to be a forgery if you have the original.
Do you do that through an appeals process, or I'm not a legal scholar, but I'm definitely willing to learn. That's my one point of confusion. Okay. How do you bring that in front of the judge?
I understand that.
True. Can I jump in on that one?
Please.
Okay. This is something that you have to be aware of, especially in New York. And that's dealing with Rule 3515 of the CPLR. Unless you specifically deny the pleadings in the signature in the pleadings, the signature of the negotiable instrument will be admitted. You have to make note of that at the beginning of the process or as soon as they introduced it into the proceeding. You have a corresponding code in UCC also that basically says the same thing.
What's that code?
In New York, CPLR 3015.
And UCC is 3-202 Friends 2.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You've got to complain at the beginning or as soon as they introduce it into the record. Because I know in New York sometimes they annex the note and mortgage with the pleading, and sometimes they don't. But as soon as you force them to produce it, you have to complain then and there. Unfortunately, in New York, they don't have the corresponding rule that the federal court have with regards to authentication of evidence under 602 and 902. So you have to go in it that way.
What about the
MPS? Or even the nature of the certification, because in a lot of the cases when they bring in certified copies of notes, the copy itself is a copy of a copy. The certification is not an original wet ink certification.
And it's the counterfeit instrument. They're counterfeiting your instrument.
And that's one thing you can bring in also. What was that, 472 or 482 under USC? 18. Title 18, USC 472 through 474, I believe it is. That's a counterfeit security. That's correct.
So that's an argument that needs to be brought up right in the beginning of the case when they try to present that as evidence.
As soon as they bring it into the case, right.
It's not necessarily an argument. It's a right that you need to assert.
Because otherwise, and especially in New York, you'll waive it. If you don't object promptly, you'll waive the right that she's talking about.
Could you give me an example of how you would object once they do that? Like, what would be your response if you were in that place?
Okay. If I just got a copy of the summons and complaint and they had the note and mortgage attached, I would start with a pre-answer motion to dismiss. And in my pre-answer motion to dismiss, I would raise all the issues that I believe that's on the face of the presentation and ask the court to dismiss. And that would be, number one, that the plaintiff does not have standing or jurisdiction. Number one, they never prove standing. They never show performance. Performance is a requirement in New York. Number three, the note, it's a counterfeit fraudulent security, and it does not evidence your signature. And you can go on from there. But in the pre-answer motion to dismiss in New York, which is under CPLR 3211, you only can attack that which is on the face of the pleading. And everything I just mentioned to you can be addressed in that pre-answer motion to dismiss. And with regards to standing and jurisdiction, that's non-waivable anyway, so you can go ahead and attack that from the beginning and force them out woodwork right from inception.
Thank you so much. I've been arguing with CPAs over that for the last 3 weeks now.
Okay. I'm muting out.
Tell the CPA to look up Uniform Commercial Code 3-202, Parens 2, 3-203, and 3-405, UCC 3-405. It's the responsibility of the party holding the document to verify the originality of the document as the real wet ink signature. And if they can't do that, they don't have any standing to be in that court. That's Title 28 United States Code, Rule of Civil Procedure, Rule 17, parens A. And if they don't have any standing, they don't have any jurisdiction. No jurisdiction, move to dismiss, Your Honor. Failure to state a cause of action upon which relief can be granted. End of
I might
story.
add on that UCC in New York goes under, I think it's 1991 version, so sometimes the sections are a little different, so make sure you look each one up and cross-reference with Constitution Man just stated. Majority of them are the same, but there are some that are different.
Thank you so much. This is going to help so many people's families right now.
Well, I'm sorry it took so long to get up tonight, but we had to find a spot where radio waves landed on this planet.
God bless you.
I'm so glad you made it. Constitution.
Well, never say die, never say die, never say die. This is the 100th actual meeting of this talk show, and it is important that we make it stand out as special.
Oh, thank you so much for making it so. I'm glad
Amen.
you made it.
One last question I want to ask. When is your signature your signature? And who says so?
I say so, and it's when I sign it.
That's exactly right. And guess what? They'll ask you, can you recognize this document? You could say, yeah, I recognize the document. You say, is that your signature? No, that's not my signature. Guess what? That's not your signature.
And that's because it's a photocopy, right?
Well, that's part of it. The other part of it is if you don't recognize your own signature, that's not your signature. Unless they bring an expert in to verify that that is your signature, it's not your signature. And what they will do is get you on the stand, and they'll ask you to identify the document. Then they'll ask you, okay, is this your signature right here? And you can have a chance to look at it, and you look at it and say, no, that's not my signature. I know my signature anywhere, and that's not it. Guess what? That's not your signature.
And is that like a matter of there being an impression in the paper where the pen drew on it, or is a photostatic copy, authentic? Like, how do you bring up like the actual challenge to whether or not a photocopy is your signature? It will look like your signature.
I'm going to tell you the first couple of things you're going to notice right off. When these mortgage companies bring the actual mortgage forward, they shrink it way down. Okay, you can barely read your signature, let alone identify it, because it's so tiny. It looks like about a font tube, okay? You couldn't recognize it if you wanted to. Now, here's the deal. If you can't recognize it like you normally sign your signature, that's not your signature. Now, there's a technical glitch here. They are the ones that shrunk this down, not you. And then they're trying to pass this scribble down as your signature. So it's real easy to say, well, I can't identify that as my signature, and that's the exact words I want you to use. I can't identify that as my signature. And if you can't identify it as your signature, there's nobody else in the world that can identify it as your signature. Does that sound clear to you?
Absolutely, sir.
Now, you look at the documents when you get them back. If they even show you the document, you're going to see it shrunk down almost it was drawn by an ant or something with a pinhead. You can't even recognize it. And that's one of the tricks that they do. They throw this stuff out and they say, we certify that we have checked the file and this is a true copy of the original. Well, guess what? You have to have the original to have standing, number one. Two, they almost always separate the note from the mortgage. Once you do that, the note becomes non-collaterally attachable. It is what is called an unsecured loan. You cannot separate the note from the mortgage. Now, here's what happened. Years ago, some bright little star got the idea everything was going to computers, and so what they decided to do was they didn't want to get busted for falsifying securities. So what they decided to do is not have in possession multiple copies of a security. So they said, well, we're going to transfer these all on MERS or whatever electronic computerized system we got. So they shredded all of those original notes. They copied them onto the computer, and when they did it, they scanned it. And when they scanned it to make it fit onto the computer so that it could easily be compacted into their files, they shrunk the thing way down. So you don't even have a legible copy of the thing anyway, let alone a copy of your signature, and you couldn't sign it that small. I don't care if you went on that program where they shrunk everybody down to ants, when they did that program with the phony camera thing and they shrunk Ma and Dad and all the kids down to ants.
Do you think that's an acceptable answer?
So here's what the law says. The law says if you can't visually identify the document, you can't physically read the document because it's unintelligible or illegible, it's not a contract. It has to be a legible contract to be a contract, one. Two, there has to be a genuine party and interest. There has to be a valuable consideration. There has to be a knowing entering into contract where you have full disclosure. That's never happened on these contracts. And then you have to voluntarily sign this thing without any threat, coercion, or any other influence undue to sign it. Now, if those four requirements are not met, you do not have a contract. There is no contract. And there certainly is no contract when they're dropping this from bank to bank to bank to bank, and they got 72 hours to notify you as to whether or not you want to rescind the contract, and they're not following that under Regulation Z of the Banking Code. That's an automatic violation of the contract. They're not following any of this stuff. Then they got sitting in a room signing 5,000 documents as if they were true. Hell, you couldn't read 5,000 documents in one day. How is this guy signing 5,000 documents that he went through the whole file and verifies that it's a true, in fact, verbatim copy of the original? He can't. It's an impossibility. They call them robo-signers.
And your signature on a copied document is a masterful forgery.
That's right.
Copy. It's a masterful forgery.
Now, what happens when you have any kind of fraud or any of that kind of stuff? We have called the clean hands doctrine, and that's supported in Black's Law Dictionary. Look up the clean hands doctrine, and you're going to see that if there's any unclean fraud, anything, that screws up any contract. You can't have a contract. And for them to walk into court, seek an equitable relief under this contract, you look up the case of Franklin versus Franklin, 283 Southwest 2nd, 486, and it says, one seeking equitable relief may not come to court with unclean hands, because if they do, they make the court a party to fraud. The court can't ever be a party to fraud and would have no other recourse but to throw the document out or disqualify it as far as any evidential value. And that's to keep from violating the clean hands doctrine. So go to Black's Law Dictionary and look up the clean hands doctrine. Now, there's so much stuff that's going on here. I could sit here for 3 hours and your ears would be hurting. But when we file briefs lately, our briefs have been 2 inches thick with all of the screw-ups that they have on these mortgage foreclosures. Okay, and New York is especially a special case because their governor and their attorney general and their court system have set an actual criminal charge now for an attorney to file false or fraudulent documents in especially a foreclosure action, and if they get busted, they're definitely disbarred and they could suffer criminal prosecution. So a lot of lawyers now have just walked into the office and says, hey, today's my last day, I'm not going to do this foreclosure stuff anymore, and they literally quit. Big firms like Trott & Trott, half of the lawyers walked in one day and says, we're not doing this anymore because we saw what happened in New York and Florida, and it's just a stone's throw from us to where we're going to be in the middle of it too, and we don't want to be a party to this and take a chance of risking our bar license.
How would you enforce that fraud?
Well, they deserve it if they're going to file false and fraudulent documents. They're committing perjury on the stand. When they file papers, you need to understand when you file papers in court, whether you're an attorney or you're standing as your own attorney, there's about 5 basic maxims. One, you're stating by signing it that, one, you have read it, and it's well-founded, in fact, based upon reasonable inquiry. That's the first premise. The second premise, that you haven't entered this into evidence for any vexatious purpose or to cause the cost of litigation to go up as a harassment. Third, you are stating that you are not trying to shut down any officer of government from doing their job. Okay, you can't interfere with an officer doing his duty under the law. Okay, Then fourth, you have to state that I'm signing this because it is true in fact. Now, a violation of any 4 of those premises is automatic grounds for prosecution, your bar license to get pulled, any of this stuff, you see. And it's both in federal law under 12b-6, and it's under, in my state, it's under state of Michigan law, okay? So the reality is that'd be Michigan, for those of you Michiganders, 2.114 A through F. And E and F are the penalties if you get caught lying, okay? So I'm telling you, you got to go after the documents. You got to let these people know, that if they're going to continue this perjury and fraud before the court, you are going to criminally prosecute them. Now, when is fraud fraud? First, it has to be discovered. Fraud is not fraud unless you've discovered it. You have to discover it. The second thing you have to do is you have to make a certified complaint to some person in authority of the fraud, or it's not real fraud. I don't care if it is fraud. It's not fraud unless you make a complaint, okay? So that's another thing our folks are leaving out. They don't put the complaint in, the certified, sworn to, documented complaint, okay? The other thing is that fraud, once the court is apprised of fraud, they have an absolute duty to investigate. This is another thing our people have not understood. Once you verify that a fraud has been done, the court has to stop. Everything is supposed to stop. And the court is supposed to say, well, what about this, Mr. So-and-so? What have you got? You have a response to this? I want to see some documentation here. If this gentleman is claiming truth, and I just had this happen today in court, and the judge told him, we're putting off this foreclosure for 60 days. And I'm ordering you, counselor, to answer this pleading. And the thing was like 2 inches thick. And they were crying the blues. Well, we should have a right to evict him. He's past the redemption period. No, he's not past the redemption period, my guy comes back, because first of all, he didn't have a lawful sheriff's sale, because the sheriff didn't take his oath of office on time, so he wasn't the sheriff. Check into it. Find out, because if the sheriff didn't take his oath of office on time, he's not the sheriff. He voluntarily vacated his office, okay? Now, the reality is you start pulling it's like on a sweater. You start grabbing at one string and you just keep pulling and pulling and pulling. All of a sudden, that whole sweater is unraveled right on the floor, okay? This is the same kind of tactic I want our folks to try and get into. You grab and grab and grab and just keep pulling that string. Just keep pulling on it. Walk it right around until you actually have these people naked as a jaybird standing in the middle there telling you they ain't got no clothes on. Now, that's what you do. You outwork them. This brief was 2 inches thick. I was all day in court. They held us to the very last one, okay? Because they knew the fur was going to fly when this brief hit the floor. And they were right. And the attorney was from some big highfalutin law firm. Trott & Trott is the name of the firm. They're the biggest foreclosure outfit probably in the country. And the bottom line is they wanted their eviction, and they wanted this guy kicked off of his property. The judge wasn't buying none of it. No, I think we're going to put this hearing off. That'll be till the end of May. And by then, counselor, you got 21 days to answer this pleading, or we'll have to default you. So I want an answer into this gentleman. He has legitimate questions. If you have legitimate questions that especially deal with fraud, they have to give some consideration. Now, this big law firm let my guy know 2 nights ago with a brief that was a foot, almost unbelievable thickness, dumping all kind of stuff on this poor guy, and he was a cancer patient, and he was just out of the hospital, and I mean, it was almost a done deal. He was getting kicked out this morning, but it didn't happen because our people took the initiative. He was with me till 2:30 in the morning last night, typing all this stuff up to get it done and in. Now, the reality is he served the damn thing, and the next thing you know, they walked into court and served the attorney. He apologized to the judge. I'm sorry for the late service of this document, Your Honor, but I didn't get served their paperwork until 2 nights ago, so I'm responding to their paperwork. And at the same time, I need to have these issues addressed. So the judge looked at it and said, well, I've looked at the brief. It's very impressive. I must say, you certainly have done your homework, and I'm going to order you, counselor, to answer this pleading within 21 days. And he put the court hearing on for 60 days, so my guys and his wife and kids are staying in the house. Now, the bottom line here is we have to outwork them. You have to do your homework. We got to make sure we get our facts and our documents in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, whatever it is. And don't listen to some dummy that has no experience telling you not to argue all of your pleadings and arguments. Because here's what's happening. They don't want to give you a chance. They want to throw you under the bus to keep the bus standing on its wheels, okay? You have to argue all of your issues. If you don't, and it has to go to appeals, and I'm telling you right now, almost on every case we're fighting, they're going to appeals. Now, if you don't bring it up in the beginning of your case, you don't have a right to bring it up in your appeal. You can only bring up what's actually brought up in your origination of your case. If you try and get slick with these people and be lazy and just put one little argument in, they're going to use that to jump you and dump you out the door. And then you walk into appeals court saying, well, I'm appealing. Fine. But you can't bring up none of those other issues that you put in your appeal because you didn't bring them up at the beginning of the case. And so they don't count on the record for your appeal. And we have dozens of arguments. Now, people have butted heads with me for a long time on this, and I have to sit back and listen, and they want it to be super neat and, hey, ducky. I had an attorney general for my state come to me, and I hate going against guys like you. Either you're really, really good or you're really, really bad. I don't get a chance to find out until the actual day of the hearing, and then I usually find out you're really, really good or you wouldn't have enough hair on your tail to pull this stuff. And then you come up with all these arguments like, God, where do you get all this stuff? And then I got to sit and listen to some judge tell me never before as a young man, not an attorney, so literally overwhelmed under counsel for the government, a licensed attorney. And then I got to go upstairs and listen to all my office staff talking about, hey, I hear you got whomped by a pro se litigant today. You taking on any big cases lately or what? And then I'm going to get it rubbed raw, and you know, I'm going to tell you something. Don't try and be like an attorney. Don't do perfect briefs. Attorneys deliberately don't do perfect briefs for that reason, because you're down there and you're in front of this judge. He went to law school. He busted his tail. He got into all kind of debt for years and years getting into his law practice. He had to work for some guy for years and years and listen to all kind of garbage and what have you. And then he finally gets out on Front Street and gets his law office set up, and then somebody runs him for judge or what have you. And here comes little OU, never done none of what he's done to get to be an attorney and a judge. And you're going to walk in there and try and be a lawyer. And see, that irritates the hell out of these people. That's one strike against you, just walking in, just having the guts to walk in and stand there. The second is when you try and get highfalutin and sound too much like a lawyer and put together briefs that are perfect like a lawyer. That really pisses them off. So then you got two strikes against you. The third is if you come in with a little bit of a chip on your shoulder and try and put the judge on trial and put him on trial for his failure to perform and do his job and get his oath of office taken care of, then he's really got a hair. And our people continually make these kind of mistakes, and it just gets us killed every time. They just jam you right to the wall. And the problem is not even, and I'm not trying to sound blasphemous, I'm not. I'm just trying to tell you that you couldn't get a fair trial in front of that judge if God Almighty was your lawyer, because he's made up his mind you're trouble with a capital T, and he's going to show you. And some states have what's called a demonstration court, where they're going to demonstrate to you that if you're not a licensed attorney, you will not get any relief before our court. And they've actually done it. I've got the documents on it. I've got the scuttlebutt from who created it in the state of Michigan. It's called the Michigan Demonstration Court. And the purpose of that whole program is to make sure that no non-attorney gets any relief of the court. So here you go in there, and you've already really made this judge madder than a wet hen. And then you bring up all these god-awful arguments, you know, that are really testing the system to the quick. And then you wonder why they just summary judgment you, and the judge goes, did a so order, and you're out the door and jammed, and they're jumping you, you see. So I'm advising you, it's better to look like a new guy. It's better to make your, I don't know if you guys remember Johnny Carson. Remember Johnny Carson when he used to be on? He had some guy that would come on in a plaid jacket, and he would start, I'm an American, and you can't do that to me, and da-da-da-da-da, and he'd rattle on and on and on and on and on. Clyde was his name, okay? And he would come on and rattle on and on about, you can't do that to me, I'm an American, and all this stuff. He He reminds me of that Canadian guy that comes on that runs that lodge up north, and he's all the time getting into trouble on some of his schemes and what have you. But that's you're actually better to come in like that and play dumb, and maybe your briefs aren't perfect legal syntax with magnificent legal prose, but the judge is going to be amazed how fast you learn between now and the next hearing. And then the next hearing, your briefs are a little better, and they're a little better organized. And, oh, hey, he's following the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure, 8A and 10A and B. And, hey, he's even double-spaced his lines. And, hey, he's going point for point. And, hey, his paragraphs are numbered. Hey, this guy's got possibilities. He might actually go to law school and someday be a great lawyer. You never can tell. Every time you go, the briefs get better and better and better and better. Then the judge is actually sitting there like a teacher who's tickled to see his student do really good. And he'll actually stop and help you sometimes. And, no, don't do it like that. Do it like this, okay? I've had it happen to me where they actually tell you the right way, okay? But if you go in there with your nose in the air and a chip on your shoulder and you try and be a lawyer when you didn't pay none of your dues like that judge did, he's going to try and fry you. So we use cunning. We're the guys. We're the best there is. We are the ones that do everything. We're the ones that fix their shoes when they break, fix their watch when it breaks, fix their fountain pen when it breaks, their camera. We're the ones that fix their teeth when their teeth, the dentist and the heart surgeons are the ones that do the heart surgery and the open heart surgery and all this stuff. And you got to ask yourself, we put the rocket on the moon. At what point do they think we got stupid? We're the ones that do everything. They don't do anything. They sit there. They talk. They jack their jaws. And we're the ones that produce everything in this society. And we do it every day. The sun comes up, we're all up and out to work, you know. And the bottom line is, the only problem we have is we've been so busy trying to raise a family and keep a roof over our head and work 2 and 3 jobs to pay that $400,000 house payment, you know, for that $400,000 house, that big $1,200 to $2,000 house payment. We're so busy, we're up at the crack of dawn, 4 o'clock, 5:30. We're out the door by 6:30. We're at the job site by 7:30, 8 o'clock, and we're there 8 to 10 hours a day, busting our chops. And then we get out in that rush hour traffic to come home, and then we come home and we got 4 or 5 kids jumping us right out the door for dinner time. And then by the time, you know, 8 o'clock and 9 o'clock rolls around, you're so dead you fall asleep sitting up in your chair at the table. We don't have time to do all of this legal beagle. We don't have time to do, and I hear it all the time. You know, I don't have time to go down to law libraries. I don't have time to do all this stuff. How do you find time to do all this stuff? And I sympathize with all you people out there, you hardworking people. And I hope, and this guy, when he came out of court today, he was so tickled. I wish you could have seen him. This guy was in serious trouble. He had to go and lay down because he's been in chemotherapy. He's a cancer patient. And he's got one of the worst kind of cancers you can have, bone cancer. But his wife was just absolutely in tears that they saved the house, temporarily anyway, and that he did it. He damn well did it. And see, I try and give people the chance to go into court by themselves and stand there and look them right in the eye. Because I know when they do that, the Indians have a saying, my heart soars like an eagle. The Indians talk in pictures. An Indian would never tell you to shut up. He'll tell you you're hurting my ears, okay? Or if he won't tell you I'm just ecstatically happy, he'll say my heart soars like an eagle. I could tell that this guy was in seventh heaven because, one, he stood there toe-to-toe against these big shot attorneys, looked them right in the eye, handed them this magnificent brief, and I could see tears coming down his cheeks, and that he damn well did it. He went in there and he said to me, I think I got my dignity back. And I said, yes, sir, you damn well did. You damn sure did. You got your dignity back. He says, you know, you feel like you're getting raped when you go through all this foreclosure stuff, you know. And I think that when I told that judge, all I'm asking, Judge, is that they at least look at the document and address the issues and answer the questions questioned. And if they can do that honestly, I'm prepared to work whatever we got to do. But I want answers to those questions, and I want those questions addressed, every single one of them. And it's my position that until they do that, they don't have any legal standing to evict me from my home. And I'm telling you, his spirit was just, his face was glowing. I could tell that he was ecstatic. I could tell that he definitely was proud. He got his dignity back. And see, that's part of my training. I try and help people. I try and be their good librarian. I try and teach them as best I can. I try and give them the best possible ammunition that they can have to go. But I actually have to be like a father or mother when their kid takes his first step. You got to sit across the room. You got to sit there with an ache in your gut going, come on, baby, you can do it, baby. Come on, take a step. Yeah, boy, come on. And you have to sit there ready to race across that room and catch him if it looks like he's going on his face. You know what I'm saying? But you have to let him do that so that he gets his chance to be all he can be. You understand? He's the one that has to do it. I can't chew your gum. I can't ride your bike for you. I can't swim in a pool for you. I can't dance with your wife for you. There's some things you got to do yourself, and just having the chance to do it, and then you get that big grin on your face, and then it's like nothing can stop you after that because you're rolling, baby. Yeah, and then he takes powerful. 2 steps. He takes 3 steps. Come on, baby, you can do it. Come on, attaboy, come on. And all of a sudden he's across the room in your arms and he's giggling and he's laughing. I did it. I got all the way to the coffee table. You know what I'm saying? It feels good. This is therapeutic. It's a therapeutic, what's the word I'm looking for? Catharsis, a purification of the soul. To allow a person...
Can I make a quick comment?
Go ahead.
Okay, on top of what you were talking about, the psychological aspect of entering court with, pristine paperwork, what I've done successfully over the years, especially when I do and assist people with their paperwork, unfortunately I have a problem. I like my stuff to look very pristine. But
I know. I'm the same way, too. I'm a perfectionist.
Okay. But what I do is I include a clause very prominently, so the judge will see it right away, that this person received assistance of counsel in the preparation of his legal document.
Okay. Then they want to know. Then they want to know who did that. What's his name?
Well, they get around that. That's not a problem.
Okay, but I'm telling you, that opens a big chain of harassment.
I never had it. I've been doing this 25 years. Not a problem.
Well, God bless you. God bless you. I'm actually tickled to hear you say you did it 25 years because we need more guys like you out there doing it 25 years. Yes. If I had 100,000 more like you, this country would be already free. The problem is we don't have 25 years of 25 million guys like you. That's the problem. But we're trying to make them. And that's what I'm doing. I'm trying to make more guys like me. But you have to give them a chance to ride that bike. You got to give them a chance to walk across that floor. And then once they realize, hey, I can do this, you ought to see how powerful the transition is. I mean, the next thing you know, they're going to law libraries by themselves. The next thing you know, they're looking up their own stuff by themselves. The next thing you know, they're actually writing briefs by themselves. And then they want to meet and show me their new brief. And I had one guy. This guy never even graduated from high school. I'll never forget him. He was one of my very best students. He had been with me since 1991. This guy now practices law before the World Court. He's phenomenal. When he goes to court, they call him counselor. He shows up in court, the prosecutor yells out, Murdoch don't have no attorney, Your Honor. And the judge goes, Murdoch don't need no attorney. Murdoch's better than any 10 attorneys you know. And Murdoch just wipes the floor with him. I wish you could see this guy. He never graduated from high school, and he turned and ran with the stuff and listened up, and he worked his tail feathers off. And at the end, I am telling you, he was given attorney's counsel and doing practice pleadings. That's how he made his living. He would do research for attorneys and go down to the law library and look up the issues that they raised and then bring back the facts and the issues and the possible pleadings for them to go to court in. And he made quite a nice living just doing that. So I'm telling you, this is possible. I've had truck drivers. I've had grandmothers. I have a grandmother. They don't even want to give her a ticket where she lives. They're scared to death of her. They call her the post lady. And they'll pull her over, and she's got kind of a lead foot and drives a pretty green Corvette Stingray. And I'm telling you, she could drive at Indianapolis anytime she wanted, and she'd probably win. And she kind of goes through town a little fast, and the cops pull her over. Postal lady, are we on our way to the post office? And she goes, you betcha. That means I can't give you no ticket, huh? That's a fact, Jack. You know. Why? Because you can't interfere with the U.S. Postal. You cannot interfere with the postal lady delivering mail to the post office. So they can't give her no ticket. And she'll have all kind of mail sitting on the front seat so that she's on her way to the post office, and they say, well, we're going to let you out with a warning today, but think about slowing down. I clocked you at 65 back there in a 30. Now, I'm not saying that's an intelligent way to drive. It's not, and I've told her about it, believe me. But the reality is she has a command of the law to such a degree she couldn't get a ticket if she wanted to. They will not give her a ticket. The cops pull her over as soon as they see it's her. Oh, shoot, and the sergeant on the radio, don't give that lady a ticket. She'll own the whole town, for Christ's sake. Now, that's what I want all of you Americans out there to be able to do. And if you apply yourself and take it a step at a time, it's just like going and taking dancing lessons, guys. And it's also, girls, it's just like taking judo lessons, you know. You keep coming to class, sooner or later you get a black belt. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not talking about a black belt from bruises. You'll get that too. But I'm saying sooner or later this stuff rubs off to the point where it becomes second nature. And all of a sudden one day you wake up and say, hey, that cop didn't give me no ticket. I wonder why. Because they got a code on your name. And every time you get pulled over, I don't care where you are, they won't give you no ticket. You've got a code on your name. And they will not give you a ticket because they're scared to death. You'll sue their socks off, okay? But you got to earn that code. You don't get that for nothing. And the only way you're going to earn it is, first of all, you got to be real polite, and you got to be courteous to the point of sickness. And then that way they don't spray you with the mace in your face. You know, you just basically, well, what can we do, officer? What is the problem today? Can I help you, assist you? What? You know, and, you know, most of the time, as soon as they figure out, hey, this person's pretty knowledgeable, I've actually roll the window down, and I asked the officer, yes, may I be of assistance? Is your vessel in any danger? Are you sinking? What? What are you talking about? Are you sinking? Did you hail me for assistance? Because I didn't hail you, and you may not come aboard my vessel. Here we go. Here we go. You do not have permission to come aboard my vessel because I'm on a vessel in Admiralty, right? And I didn't call him for assistance. I don't need any assistance. And a lot of times they know they're getting in it, and because of the people that have done this all this time and jammed them, they know they're going to go to court, they know it's going to be bad, and they know they're going to look like a dummy. They'll just walk back to their car and say, go on, get the hell out of here. Now, I know that sounds like a line of bull, but I'm telling you, when you approach these people intelligently and with courtesy and you have good arguments and you're standing there, a lot of times they don't want to go to court anymore because of all the fine work done by your predecessors who have hauled these guys to court and have jammed them and have pulled every serious, lawful program they can. Well, let me ask you, is this a bill of attainder you're giving me? Aren't you the judge, jury, and executioner on this? How could this be American? Where does it say in the Constitution you have a right to do this? Article 1, Section 10, last time I checked, says you can't have a bill of attainder or an ex post facto law or a law impairing the obligation of contract. You're impairing my obligation of contract on my right to travel freely and unencumbered pursuant to Shapiro v. Thompson, 394 U.S. 618. Read the case. It says the right to travel is such a basic right doesn't even need to be mentioned, that it's self-evident in a free society. The right to travel throughout the length, width, and breadth of the society is what makes it a free society. Now, are you telling me that this is false advertising, that this is not a free society? Now, you're going to run into a bad cop every now and then, and he's going to just give you a hard time. But I tell you, you can usually overcome them guys with just common courtesy. Well, I'd be happy to help you in any way I can, officer. Could you be specific? You know? I know you guys have a hard job, and you're trying to do the best you can. All I do is resent the fact that you're going to find me guilty without a trial. You're going to deny me my right to confront my accuser. You're going to deny me my right to present a defense in court. And you're going to automatically enter a judgment against me on this ticket. And you're going to presume that I'm guilty before I even get a chance to open my mouth. And then you're going to tell me that you had a right to do this. Where in the law does it tell you that you can do that? Because where I'm reading the law from, you can't even issue a bill of attainder, and that's what this ticket is. You see. So these are things that you develop after a while. But a lot of you folks out there that are just getting into this just now are going to benefit from a whole lot of the other people that have been doing this for 40-plus years. Okay?
No, we're getting a buzz all of a sudden.
All right, we're getting some. Well, let's get back on the question.
Hold on a second.
And I'll sit back because I don't want to hog the pot here all the time. I did that the last time, and I apologize to Robert. If you're out there, Robert,
is Robert
come on
the
down.
line? Let's see if Robert's here with us. Are you on, Robert? Yo, Robert.
I didn't mean to steal it from the show. We're trying to make this
like
a memorable 100 program.
And it will be for sure. It's already, it's great already. I'm enjoying every bit of it. We have a lot of people lined up.
Well, let's go. Let's jump and go because we'll make sure we get some of these people's problems worked out. And for those of you who did contact True, she did fax me your programming contact information, and I will probably be back to you as early as tomorrow. I just been tied up in court all day and most of last night, so I couldn't get to you, but I will get to you by tomorrow.
Okay, good. All right. Let's see. East and Central Washington. Go ahead. Did you have a question? East.
Am I on?
You're on.
Okay. Yeah, I was up here in Washington State, and just for kicks and giggles, a buddy of mine, a real good friend, his house was going into foreclosure, and he was just tired of messing with him. So he gave the house to me, and as grantor, we made up a little deed, and I took it down to the courthouse and got it registered and paid the excess tax on it, and now the house is in my name. Well, the trustee company totally flipped out.
Yep.
And so they started the procedure against me. And last Friday they had the auction. Now,
Impossible. They couldn't have had an auction against you. You don't have a contract with them.
Well, I know. Well, they were going to have a trustee auction on the house. And so, well, I understand. I know that. And there's liens and everything I put against it. So they don't care anymore. And so we went to the auction. And for those people in Washington, you might want to look under the appropriate RCW. I'm trying to bring it up here because I can't remember anything. But it says on there who can bid at the auctions. And the trustee or agent from the trustee cannot bid at the auctions.
He can never
for the
bid.
Beneficiary.
That's right. He'd
Now,
have
if
a
you
conflict of interest.
Excuse me?
He'd have a conflict of interest if he bid.
Correct. Now, if you look up the definition of a mock auction, which is interesting, in Washington State, there's a 5-year penalty on it. Now, that's defrauding you on the auction.
Yep.
Okay, now, also in the appropriate RCW, they talk about at the time of the auction, you're supposed to have a check, cash, or money order.
No,
and,
not necessarily. You could have silver or gold.
That's true. And so at the auction, I took my postal money order for $10, and I placed the bid. And, I got this all recorded, and as soon as I can figure out how to do it, it's going to be up on the Republic Tea House on YouTube. And, I came in and I introduced myself, and I got the little gentleman to say he was the agent for the trustee. And so the auction proceeded. But, folks, you got to go to these auctions. If you lose in your house, this is what's happening. Bid on these houses. You've got to challenge it. Well, anyway, that's just one of the issues. Am I correct on doing this?
Yeah.
Okay, basically, I guess I listened to the gentleman, can't think of his name. I think it was last week. And I'm going to do that, and I'm working now with some other people, and we're going to try to get these homeless people into some of these houses that have been in foreclosure, and squatters. We're just going to put them in for squatting. We can do that?
Yep.
Okay.
If they stay there 7 years, it's their house.
Exactly. Okay. And
hey, you know what? Hold on a second. I wanted to mention that's John Worrell you're speaking of, and he sent me a 600-something 95-page AmJur or whatever it is on adverse possession. It's huge, though.
Correct.
I'm not going to put it on the website, but anyone that wants it, just Skype me for it.
What volume was that? Do you know?
Oh, I don't know. I don't remember offhand. It's about all about adverse possession. Oh, okay, thanks. Is that you,
because
Dave?
I went out and bought the whole 16 volume of the AmJur American Jurisprudence Second because Constitutional Man was so into it. And I want to thank you, Constitutional Man, for your service overseas. I'm also a veteran. I'm disabled, and I was a combat medic over there.
Oh, well, I especially like medics because medics really had a lot more guts and brains, and they would go out and help every little person no matter how bad the firing was. They'd run out there and try and patch them up and get them back. So we really take special tribute to veteran medics, especially if they manage to live to tell the tale.
Okay, now
it's a really damn dangerous job.
On a related issue, I moved up here on a mountain to get away from everybody because I suffer from PTSD. In 2001, the police came up here with the building inspectors wanting to come in my house to inspect it, and I refused it, and he assaulted me. Well, anyway, I didn't think anything of it. And a couple of days later,
you have a right to sue.
Correct. Well, anyway, I got the little attorney downtown. I ended up doing 3 years in prison.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Oh, well, you have a right to sue big time then.
Oh, yeah. And so I've been, this was in 2001, and I've been messing with it. I don't let 6 months go by unless I file something.
Let me ask you a question. Just out of curiosity, I'm trying to find a couple of things here. Did you happen to notice whether or not on the side of the mountain was Indian land or not?
No, it's not.
Double check into it. Because you didn't have any jurisdiction to walk onto your land.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm up here around a lot of the reservations.
Because that's what happened to me. And they came on my land, and it was Indian land. And they had to get the hell off.
Well, you know, my education started when I got high-speed internet. And thanks to you guys and Angela and Constitutional Man and everybody else that's been on my private audio it's helped me out tremendously. Well, anyway, my time in prison I spent in the law library. And helping everybody else I could, and this is what kept me friends with all the different gangs and everything, because I was everybody's friend.
Oh, yeah, so, you're helping everybody. You're the hero of the whole place.
So what I'm getting ready to do, someone said to file an affidavit, and I'm going to put a jurisdictional claim and an affidavit with a counterclaim, and which is a tort claim. I've got 18 tort claims filed over here in this county already, and I'm going to just put them all in this document, put it in, and send it back up.
For every day they had you falsely confined in prison, the damage is $1.8 million, and that's been declared all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court. $1.8 million per day for every day you were falsely in prison.
Oh, shoot, I was giving them a deal at $10,000.
Yeah,
shoot, I'll have to rethink this.
Yes, you better rethink this, because if I asked you how high you would stack the $20 bills on this table to go through this whole thing again, you'd tell me to the moon, Alice, to the moon.
I agree for what they did to me.
Our rights are priceless, and I want to burn that in everybody's head. Priceless. So when they violate you, you go for 100 mil, 100 bill, 500 trillion. I don't care. You let them understand my rights are priceless, pal.
Right. Well, I just wanted enough to get by. You know, I didn't want to be too greedy. But that was like way back when, before I got high-speed internet. And so now they've created a monster in me. I got affidavits of prejudice against every judge here. So anytime
Go get
they
them for their
want
oath of office. You'll find most of them don't have an oath of office. That's what.
Oh, well, correct. I've got their oath of office. Anything I do now, I file that oath of office in with it.
Yep.
And the claims I make. And the
guess
lady,
what happens? If the oath of office isn't filed on time, they vacated their office anyway. Anything they sign don't mean squat.
Correct.
It's
Well, it's
just state of Texas.
Constitutional sit-up courts, too, or instead of the legislative courts. But, you know, that's a whole other issue. And the lady who was talking about the garnishment, what I've done with some helping people is to help them to understand that they need to file a counterclaim.
Yep.
And then
Right.
once they file the counterclaim, they can demand discovery, and then everything with discovery is exposed, you know.
But they won't give it to you. That's the thing. They don't want to give you discovery because then they got to tell the truth.
Correct.
And they don't want to tell the truth.
One thing I'd like to talk the truth about is setting up this corporation for this tea house thing I'm doing. I'm trying the Republic Tea House. What I'm trying to do is set up a legal education system in the county here to help people fight foreclosures and fight the legal system and fight credit card debt.
Well, I'll be happy to help you in any way I possibly can. We'll be happy to dump documents your way. We're happy to dump court cases your way. Anything we can to help you get up and running. The reality is I need more guys like this and gals to go out here and get ready. We're taking it back, folks. We're taking this United States of America. Actually, it's these United States of America back. The United States corporate can go on vacation. We don't need them worth a tinker's damn. But these United States we want back with our Constitution intact the way the forefathers wanted. And we want our rights that are guaranteed under that Constitution to include the states' rights that were promised when every one of these states became a state. They entered into an irrevocable covenant. Ours was on June 17th, 1837 here in Michigan, and they promised faithfully before God that they would maintain a constitutional Republican form of government, that we would have our own Constitution, that it would be a Republican form of government, that they would work to protect and serve us, the people, to us and our posterity forever, that the rights come from God, not from the state. They come from God. And in order to protect these rights undiminished, it says, we do ordain and establish this Constitution, okay? So let's get real here, people. What happened here? We left these employees take over the whole thing, running it down the sewer while we were asleep at the switch. We trusted them, and they sold us down the river. Now, we got to wake up, and we got to go down and tell these employees, these bad servants that didn't do their programming correctly, that we're not satisfied and that we want it, and understand that. What does it mean to give someone satisfaction? What does it mean? What is satisfaction? I want my constitutional rights back. That's my satisfaction. You give me my constitutional rights back. Otherwise, we're going to do a serious battle in court. I'm ready to go to war on the courtroom floor, and I want my constitutional rights back, and I'm not taking no for an answer. Now, that's what is needed. And we have to, every one of these fine soldiers, every one of let me tell you folks out there, America fields the finest soldiers, sailors, Marines, airmen, Coast Guardsmen in the world. And these kids come from everywhere USA, and they are taken under the wing of some serious old hard-nosed sergeant or somebody, and he hauls them and hones them to be in a serious fighting machine. And to see these kids in battle, you would just be absolutely in awe. I know I have been, and I respect absolutely the sacrifices made. We send these kids all over the world to god-awful situations, and they go out there and they just do their duty to God and country. And then when they come home, they throw garbage on them in the San Francisco airport. Come home from Vietnam, they were throwing rotten tomatoes, eggs, food, calling people baby killers. I walked into the bathroom. These guys are ripping their uniforms off. I says, what the hell is going on here? Oh, Sarge, these people are all nuts, man. They're going to kill us before we even clear the airport. They ain't killing nothing. Now, look, boys, your mama is sitting at home right now from 6 o'clock this morning making her turkey dinner for her sonny boy to come home, and she's going to be standing there when you come through the door wanting to bust every button on her shirt proud as punch of you standing there in that magnificent uniform. Are you going to deny Mom that? I don't think so. And on top of that, you're going to want to take your best girl out to dinner probably tomorrow. What are you going to do? Borrow $5 from Mom to go? If you fly in your uniform, you get to go home for half fare. If you fly in cities, you got to pay full fare. And then you're going to want to get $5. You going to borrow $5 from Mom to go look for a job tomorrow? What are you guys kidding me? Now let's get something clear. This is the United States of America, and we're the best by test.
Yes, we are.
Get them damn uniforms back on, and I want them looking real pretty, and give me a line of twos over here, because we're going out in that airport, and there's going to be hell to pay. They put their uniforms on. I said, you don't have nothing to be ashamed of. You did your duty. You didn't run to Canada like them wimps. You went and did your duty, God and country, and you luckily lived through it to tell the tale, and you're here, and we're going home to Mom. And we're wearing our uniform. Anybody gets in our way, we're going to tap dance on their tonsils till their bowels move. You got that? Sir, yes, sir. I says, now you got a buddy to your right and a buddy to your left. When we break off in teams of 2, 4, 6, and 8. Anybody throws anything at you, anybody curses you, calls you baby killer, anything, we break off, you whip their absolute ass. Is that clear? Sir, yes, sir. Fine, let's go. Stand up, hook up. We're out the door. And out the door into that lobby we went. And I'm telling you, there was hippies flying everywhere. Them little white plastic chairs were everywhere upside down, and them little cans with the white sand in it were going everywhere. And this one copper says to the other one, now there's something you don't see every day, Clarence. He says, I didn't see nothing, Michael. Did you see something? He says, them hippies should have known better than to mess with them soldier boys, especially that big one in the black beret. He looks kind of mean.
Right on.
Did you see him hit that guy? Did you see him hit that guy? He went through the air, man. He'd come right out of his shoes, you know. Then I'd turn back and go, road guard, recover. And they'd all get back in line, and on the baggage claim we went. Laughing and kicking up, you know, and we got the baggage claim. This young black soldier told me, he said, Sergeant, I'd follow you through hell with my drawers soaked in gasoline. You're the best by test. I can tell you, sir, it was my privilege to be here today. I says, you go home and you give your mom a kiss and you let her know her sonny boy was best by test. Don't you ever look your face down in shame for nothing. You served your country. That's a whole bunch more than them idiots that ran to Canada did.
All right.
And that actually happened. Now, after that incident, they stopped having soldier boys come home in large groups to airports and what have you, where they could be, you know, abused like that. They'd come home and land at a base, like Travis Air Force Base or something like that, and then you get your transportation to the major facility to get home, okay? But, I mean, and when I got back to Fort Benning, I had to go to anger management classes because I was entirely too rowdy. And the first thing they asked me, what do you got against hippies? I says, well, they throw eggs and rotten tomatoes and all kind of stuff when you come home after you did your duty to God and country, and they call you foul names like baby killer and all this stuff. I says, is that enough for you?
Well, one more thing I'd like to ask you or alert you to is up here in this county, what they're trying to do now is called the Comprehensive Land Management Plan, and it's coming in as to protect us from, you know, outside growth and everything. But what it really is about is protecting the headwaters and moving everybody out so they can get their hands on the water.
You know why that is?
Yeah, it's a limited commodity.
Because they've sold the water already to the Chinese.
Oh, man.
Pay debt. So, all right. We're a little off track here, but we want to hang. We want to give everybody a chance. So I really appreciate talking to you.
And if anybody wants to contact me, I'm at republicteahouse at gmail.com.
republicteahouse@gmail.com.
Correct.
Okay, we'll damn sure do it.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Take care of yourself. All right, stand up, hook up. Let's get somebody going here, or get Truth on, or get Robert.
Okay, hold on. Yeah, let's see if Robert's here. Robert, are you on with us yet? Oh, Robert
He was
Fox
feeling
calling.
poorly this afternoon. He was having bad pain, so he had to take some pain pills. So that may be where he's at.
So we'll just
See, they broke his back because he wouldn't give him his fingerprints, and they had about 11 guys jump him, and they broke his back, so he gets in a lot of pain. Sometimes I know exactly the feeling. I got shot through both of my legs. I got to take some pain pills. Sometimes you can't even talk when you're like that, so I understand. But I don't want you to think, Robert, we would rob you of your chance. We wouldn't do that. We love you. We love you, Emperor of the South. God love you. Best by test, buddy.
Hey, breathing on the line, though. Please stop breathing on the line. Everyone,
might
please
be Robert.
Hey, well, please position your mic. I can hear you breathing.
All right, not to worry, not to worry. We won't drop the ball, Robert. If you come on, they'll come on. We'd be happy to have you, buddy. We love you like a brother.
All right, well, we're going to move ahead.
All right, let's go. Get
so
another
many
one.
People lined up.
Okay.
Okay, let's see. Terry Ann, go ahead. And we're going to have C. Meyer wants to ask you something.
Okay.
Go ahead, Terry Ann. Can't hear you. You have a mute button on your phone, maybe?
Yes, hello, Angela.
Hello.
Hi, there you go.
Congratulations on 100.
Thank you very much. I can't believe it.
I know. I just have a question for Constitution Man. Is it a possibility that I could get his contact information? My husband is also...
Well, if you get the contact information to Truth, we'll do our best to get back to you. What we want to do is try and stop any abuses that could happen to you by giving it out over the air.
Oh, no. I that's why I'm on I put it in the chat to ask Angela. No, I would never want that to happen. But I would really like him more involved and with like-minded men like you all, honorable, would be great.
Well, we're going to do our best to help you do that. And the bottom line is we need as many people as we can to let whoever know that we love this country with a perfect passion. We're not a bunch of kooks sitting in the back of the woods with beer cans all messed up, drunk, talking stuff about violence and all this stuff. Although that would be your right as an American free person to do that, the reality is we believe that the best way to do this in all of our best interests is we want to do this right by the book, by law, if we can in a court of law, so that they understand that we're not just a bunch of radical rowdies that are looking for trouble. What we're looking for is that they put back our constitutional republic the way the forefathers originally intended, and that they make we the people the kings and queens that we were supposed to be in that Constitution, and that they have a lot more respect and programming. When they talk about protecting and serving, we don't want it just to be a cliche said. We want them to mean it, that they really are there to protect and serve, and we want them to do that. We don't want them to abuse the citizenry. They're not kings or queens or somebody above the law. Actually, the law applies to them equally like it does to everyone else. And ignorance of the law is no excuse for them, especially because they're supposed to be the ones that are leading the example of the law. Reality is we have been asleep too long, and we're waking up, and we're coming forward, and we're letting you know we want you to put it back the way the forefathers originally intended. That's why we're here today. Got a little echo going on here.
Yeah, we do. It's Terrian. Go ahead. Do you have something, question, Terrian? Go ahead.
Are you still there?
Yeah, we're here. Terrian, hello.
Oh, I hope we didn't lose you. If you did, call back. We'll make sure we get you.
Well, no, they're here. They're on I can see their computers on and the call. Maybe they have a button, a start.
We had a hell of a time. We had a hell of a time calling you tonight. It took us well over 25 minutes just to get through all of the ridiculousness, and our computer wouldn't. We couldn't get any positive contact to hook up. We couldn't get on the internet, and we couldn't get. This guy had one of those fancy magic jacks, and then we couldn't get the internet. We couldn't get the power up to connect, and finally we found a place where the signal strength was good. So we tried the phone again, and bingo, you worked.
Oh, thank goodness. We've got over 200 people on here, so
it is kind of congested. Let's get them. We'll get them all, the big and the short and the tall. Come on.
Please, people, push star 6 if you're not talking. Push star 6 if you're not talking. It stops the echo. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving on. Jarian is not coming on, so we're going to move on to Kokomo Joe. Go ahead.
Hello, Constitution Man.
How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. I asked you this question, similar question in your last show, and I don't know if there's more to it or not. What I wanted to know, I'm the guy with the property tax issue with regard to the Memphis versus Garner, and frankly, the more I look into that case and related cases, the more confused I get, and I can't directly annex it to a property tax.
All right, let me share with you, because what that case was originally about is what is called disenfranchised bond sales, okay? Now, what happened was the state of Tennessee was selling bonds, okay, for state bonds, and they were directly in conflict with federal bonds because they were given special dispensations for their Tennessee bonds, okay? And see, the feds found out they were doing this, that they were discriminatory. It's called discriminatory franchise, and that they were giving the Tennessee bonds even better trading opportunities over and above the federal bonds. So the feds sued the state of Tennessee, Ed L. Garner, who was their attorney general, and they wanted it fixed, the discriminatory franchise part fixed, okay, that they couldn't discriminate against federal bonds versus Tennessee bonds, okay. Now, that's what the original case started as, but what happened is that they brought up the federal law that denied them the right to do discriminatory franchise, okay, which was Title 31-742. So what that case did, as it went before the Supreme Court says, wait a minute, you people need to understand something. This Title 31, Section 742, that's the supreme law of the land, folks, all of it. Not just the discriminatory franchise, but all of it. All the part about except as otherwise provided by law, all stocks, bonds, treasury notes, and any other obligation of the United States are exempt from state, municipal, and local taxation. This exemption extends to every form of tax, which would require that either the obligations, them green things in your pocket, in case you didn't know it, those are obligations. If you doubt that, look up Title 12, Section 411. It says the said notes shall be deemed to be obligations of the United States government. So, it's clearly established that these are obligations of the United States, right? Now, they can't even figure the obligations in the tax or figure the interest on the obligations. So let's first analyze, how do we do these property tax? How is it done? They go out and they grab 3 comparable houses that are similar to yours. And then they take the comparable houses and they divide them. I don't know, they could take 3 to 5, and they divide them up. You know, if they got 3, they divide it 3 into the whole. Let's, for all practical purposes, say you have about a $100,000 house, and so they got $300,000 houses. Well, let's just say it came the total to $300,000. Okay, they divide that by 3. So that means that the mean average is $100,000. But they're saying $100,000. There's no dollars, folks. There's only obligations of the United States. There's Federal Reserve notes. There's 300,000 Federal Reserve notes. So they're already using obligations to configure. Okay. Next, they divide that by 3 and come up with the average of 100,000. Then they divide it again by 2 more because they're doing a 50% amortization value. So they divide that 100,000 by 2 and come up with a total of 50,000. Okay, that's their base figure. Then they multiply that times so many percentage points, what was voted on with the millages and what have you, and usually it averages around 13 to 18 points. Okay, times that, and that's how they configured your property taxes. Got it? Now, my question for you, did they use obligations of the United States or the interest thereon or both to consider directly or indirectly the computation of the tax? The obvious answer is yes. Well, that is forbidden. Title 31-742 forbids that. It says, except as otherwise provided by law, all stocks, bonds, treasury notes, and any other obligations of the United States are exempt from state, municipal, and local taxation. You with me so far? Can't do it. Period.
Is every negotiable instrument that the county or city can draw up, is that considered an obligation of the United States or an obligation of the state, city, or county?
Well, they're saying obligations. How you configure it, if they bring any kind of obligations, got it?
Right.
It says, except as otherwise provided by law, all stocks, bonds, treasury notes, or any other obligations of the United States are exempt from state, municipal, and local taxation. So what would you have to establish first? Well, they're using obligations. They're using obligations to configure this tax. Then they're using the interest on these obligations to configure the tax. And then they're coming to me and want to be paid in obligations of the United States. So are they using obligations in violation of federal law? Yeah. So no state in the Union has a lawful right to tax obligations of the United States. And when they figured this out in 1994, October of 1994, in the case of People versus Frederick L. Shepard, City of Lansing versus People of Frederick L. Shepard, what they did was they were charging this guy with not paying his City of Lansing taxes, okay? And so this went to court. I know because I was there. And the bottom line is the ruling couldn't get around the Title 31-742 federal law. So all of a sudden we noticed, we went to a law library to look something up because we wanted some further case information and historical background. And when we opened the book, Title 31-742 was gone. I said, somebody must have tore that out of the book. So we went to other libraries. It was gone out of their law book too. No way. And as I did my many travels over the years, I would stop at a library. Usually when I get to a town, if I've never been there before, when I check into the motel, I check out all of the programming that they have on their TV at the motel to see what kind of moral situation we got going in the town. And I also check out their libraries to see what kind of programming they got there. And I would go over their law library. Well, one of the first things I would check is Title 31-742. Gone. Now, when you hit about 20 states, and they're gone from every state in the Union, a little birdie kind of lets a bell go off in your head, and you realize, wow, somebody went in here and pulled all this out of these law books. How could this be? So I started searching, and I went through the entire law books, and I got to Section 3000. I went page for page, and I got to Section 3124, which is way in the back of the book of Title 31, and there it was right there. Well, they just picked up Title 31-742 and they moved it into the back of the book at 3124. Well, wait a minute. When they change things or they remove things or they repeal things, it's usually a notice put in there that says this has been revised, changed, or otherwise moved to Section 3124. And, of course, they didn't do any of that. So why do you suppose they did that? Well, they did it because they couldn't really take the law out of the book by law. So what they did is, it's still in the book. It's just at Section 3124, and we aren't telling you where to find it. And they call that fraud by silence. Now, when you do a fraud by silence, the duty to tell the truth is like the duty not to lie, and we have a whole legal argument on that in fraud and the definition of fraud. And we put that in every single brief we ever file. There's been no lawyer that's been able to overcome that document. And we argue the fraud, and we show them not only do we know what fraud is, because we got the definition from page 660 of Black's Law Dictionary right in there, but we got 3 pages of court cases that says the duty to tell the truth is the duty not to lie. And if you deliberately conspire to injure, oppress, or otherwise violate somebody by misinformation, disinformation, or a species of silence, wherein you cause a party to be separated or a valuable something taken from that party, and you haven't told them all the facts of the whole story, you have done so by fraud. Does that make sense? Are you there?
Yes.
Is everybody there?
Yes.
Okay, you've done that by fraud. Do you understand? Fraud was the most sacred contract. That's U.S. versus Steele, 550 U.S. 297-300. So that totally shuts down the fraud. Okay? Now, are you with me on that? That is a very lengthy case, Memphis Bank versus State of Tennessee et al. Garner. Most people are intimidated by it. I'm tickled to hear that you actually went into it and read it. And yes, there is a lot of back and forth, up and down, confusing statements where they try and get you so messed up you don't know which way is up and which way is down. But I tell you the most important part of the case is the part where it says Title 31, Section 742 is the supreme law of the land. And they even quote Title 31, 742. So now, all of a sudden, you can see, hey, there must have been one because the Supreme Court is quoting the exact one out of the book. Okay, they took it out of the book and you can't find it in any of the new books now, but here's an exact copy of what was said. So you get to Title 31, Section, I think it's 336, and then all of a sudden there's a big hole there, and then you go to Title 31, Section 351 or 352, Well, what happened to 742? 742 is a big hole in there. But see, they have the whole site and the whole case and the actual wording from the law in that Memphis Bank case. And if you look real carefully about the third page, you'll see they quote it exactly like I did, except as otherwise provided by law. All stocks, bonds, treasury notes, and other obligations in the United States shall be exempt from state, municipal, and local taxation. This exemption extends to every form of taxation which would require either the obligations or the interest thereon, or both, be considered directly or indirectly in the computation of the tax. See Memphis Bank versus State of Tennessee at L. Garner. You've got Memphis right in your hands. You're reading it. And it says that that is the supreme law of the land. I don't care how you hide it. It's the supreme law of the land. So what is it you don't understand about you don't have any taxing authority to tax obligations of the United States? And when you go into that property tax hearing, you have this kind of documentation. They don't want to talk to you. They don't want to fool around with you. They're just going to, you put your paperwork in, say, I rely on my paperwork as filed with the court, and you won't ever hear from them again. Because they don't want anybody to come out and document this kind of serious, lawful argument, because that would mean that they don't have any right to do this property tax stuff ever.
That's really...
They want you to document that fact? No. So they're just not going to call you back, but they'll leave you alone. But every now and then you'll get a bill from them saying you owe them all this stuff. But let me tell you
what else I did?
You couldn't pay it if you wanted to, because in most states there is a statute, and in Michigan it's 21.153, which says that no receiving officer of the state shall receive anything but gold, silver coin, tender, and payment of debt. Now, do you have any gold and silver coin in circulation? No. Do you have any gold and silver coin that you could actually use as a benchmark for payment? You might have some, but the real value in that gold and silver is not the actual value that is stated on it. It's a numismatic value for the silver or gold content, okay? But the reality is they commit a felony if they take anything other than gold and silver coin at tender and payment of debt. We've actually gone to foreclosures. I actually shut foreclosure sales down by doing this. We went in, and when the bidding started, we paid $22 silver. We bid on that. And the sheriff says, well, that's not enough. You got to bid what the bank, you got to go over the bank's bid, and they got to check here for this amount of money. And I says, I don't care what they got. That's nothing but paper. This is real money of account of the United States government. This is silver dollars. Got it? Even says right on it, $1 silver, right? And I'm giving you 22 of them. So the value in controversy here is over $20. Does that make sense to you? Now that means I got a right under the 7th Amendment to a trial by jury. Where the value in controversy exceeds $20, I got a right to trial by jury. I want my trial by jury. Let's go to trial on this. All of a sudden the sheriff freak, he says, we're shutting down the show. We're shutting down, and I'll never forget this banker. He was so mad. He had a cigar. It had to be at least about an inch in diameter, and he had it hanging out of the corner of his mouth, and he bit that sucker right in half. One half went right on the floor. Everybody just busted out laughing. He says, you can't do that. You can't come in here and do that. I says, I just did it. Do your eyes deceive you, or do you need to go get your glasses checked? And the sheriff says, that's it. This foreclosure sale is over. The sheriff told me to shut it down. Now, we took that lady's house, and we got a fast, quick sale on it. She got all the money, and she moved to Florida, and they couldn't do nothing about it. So you might think about trying that, folks out there. Go in and see, they don't want you coming to the sheriff's sale. They don't want you coming. So they move the date 3 or 4 times. They'll tell you it's going to be this date, and then you show up. Nope, they move that to another date. Oh, and you go to the other date. Oh, they don't have that property listed on for today's docket. Oh, and you go to what date do they plan on doing it? And Trot foreclosure law firm in the state of Michigan is notorious. They'll move that thing 6-8 times. You got to physically go to every single one of those, and that's to deny you your chance to go in there and put a bid in real money of account of the United States government on that house. Now, you put a $22 bid on that technically, pursuant to 21.153, I told that deputy sheriff, you can't receive anything gold, silver, coin, tender, payment, or debt. I don't care what piece of paper that banker hands you. I said, I'm bidding real money of account of the United States government. That makes me the high bidder of the day. That's when he calls the sheriff, and that's when the sheriff tells him, shut it down, because I'm going to do that on every house you got here today. This one little black lady, she came up to me, she said, Sonny, where can I get me 22 of them silver dollars? I said, there's a coin shop just down the street, 2 blocks that way, and turn right, and it's the first block on the left.
Know what else I did?
Go ahead.
I called Oakland, what is it, the 53rd District or whatever, for that Bean case.
Okay.
And you know what they told me?
We don't know
They
what
said,
you're
we're
talking
sorry, sir, but we've gotten all the records after 10 years.
Yeah.
And I can't get it. I tried to get it.
Ask them if there ever was a Judge Sheehy, James P. Sheehy.
Yeah, she said that.
She said that.
Yeah,
they got it.
Said, I'm sorry?
They have it.
Yeah, they
were
wouldn't.
paying all their
even...
tickets with coffee beans. They were paying their property taxes with coffee beans, a bean to the dollar. I know this one old lady walked into the Records and Deeds office in the tax bureau, and she had 2 50-pound bags of coffee beans, and she was telling them, I want to pay my property taxes, and that lady like to fainted. Oh, no, lady, you ain't coming in here paying coffee beans. That ain't happening. But it was the laughing stock of the whole county for years. People paid everything with coffee beans. We used to go in Judge Sheehy's court, and my one buddy, he had a whole bag of coffee beans, and he said, what are you here today for now? And I said, well, Your Honor, we're just casually observers for the day. My driver is new on the route, and he wanted to see a really good judge in action. I told him you were one of the best that ever was, and so we stopped. And he goes, that fish smells damn loosely wrapped from here. Now, you going to tell me why we're here today or what? And then my friend accidentally dropped the bag of coffee beans on the floor, and you could hear it scooting across the floor. With Judge Sheehy laid under his bench and just started busted up laughing. He says, oh, no, this court stands adjourned. You're not going to get me twice. He figured we were going to get in the case and serve coffee beans on him again. He wasn't going to stand for that. The last time the Wall Street Journal came with a whole camera crew wanting to talk about the landmark Michigan court decision that the coffee beans were the money of a county. He says, you trying to get me killed like that guy Kennedy? See, Kennedy brought in those non-interest-bearing $5 notes to the banks, and the banks got pissed. Next thing you know, he gets shot. Go figure. If you study all of the assassinations of all of the presidents, in every case where there was assassination, almost exclusively there was a wild and crazy guy, and of course he had a notebook that proved he was a wild and crazy guy who kept a diary. And of course, you track the record on every one of these guys, and they track back to the banks, and you'll find out in every single case, especially Lincoln, they were changing the way the banks get the money. They were changing the way the banks get unbelievable interest on the money accounts. They were doing something to take us back toward real money of value and get away from all this paper money, funny money. And see, every time that our presidents had the guts to do something like that on our behalf, the next thing you know, there's an assassination. Gee, I can't figure out how that happened. We must be stupid, and we never seem to figure these things out. They think. How come we always figure these things out? We're going to figure out the 911. We've already figured it out. We figured out the Oklahoma. We've already figured that out, too. We're going to figure all this stuff out. We don't like what we're seeing here. You're worse than the enemies that were supposedly declared enemies of ours, because you're doing it to us like an enemy, and then sitting there smiling like you're our friend, and you're going to take care of us and protect and serve us. We don't like that. We want you to quit screwing around. We want you to put the government back the way the forefathers intended, and we want to let you know that you can fool some of the people some of the time, but you're not going to fool all of us. We would advise you to use good judgment, reach into your heart, go to church on Sunday, say a few prayers, and maybe God will reach out and touch you, and you realize we have a tremendous job ahead of us, you as the government and we as the people, to put this government back the way the forefathers wanted in the Constitution. That's what we want. You might as well get started. Let's do it. Let's quit joking around and screwing around and playing dumb. We already know what the deal is. We're so far ahead of you. You thought you'd make this internet? You thought you would be the only ones running it? We run it better than you do now. That's why you got to screw around with us when we're on these calls and on these internets and on these programs, because you can't even deal with how advanced we the people are. And our kids are learning even 10 times faster than we are. If you doubt that, go look at some of these game programs they're running on. You wouldn't believe I mean, I was shocked myself to see what our kids are watching on computerized what have you, and what their skill level is when it comes down. Little kids in their 11 and 12 come on the computer and they know more than I do, and I'm sitting there going, how could that be possible? Well, they're getting taught in schools now on how to run the computer and the internet and how to look stuff up. If you think that the information age is going to be on the government side, you're kidding yourself. There's only one way that's going to happen. If you get benevolent and you turn around and we put this government back the way the forefathers wanted. Let's make a constitutional republic. Let's give everybody their constitutional rights back. Let's quit screwing around trying to turn this into the shadow of Nazi Germany, a police state mentality. It isn't happening, folks. Don't even try it.
Can we take some more questions?
Yeah, let's get some questions. Stand up, hook up. We're ready to go.
Okay, go ahead, West Michigan. Wait a second. Go ahead, West Michigan. Did you have a question?
Yeah.
Hello?
Oop, he just got muted. Hold on a second, Owen. Okay, try it again.
There we go. Okay.
Okay.
You mentioned a couple things here, the Michigan Demonstration Project, where they had this, apparently the courts got together and said, okay, if you're pro se, you're not going to win. Where can I get more information on that?
Well, you could give your contact information to Truth, and I could get you the whole file on it, and I'm lucky enough to have a copy of it because I know the guy who ended up being one of the top patriotic leaders in our state, whose wife was one of the people that actually ran the thing for the court system and actually is a college professor in one of our top universities, and she's the one that set it up in this state. So I got those privileged files.
Great. I definitely would like a copy of that. You might want to take a look at it's a website called AJS.org. Stands for American Judicature Society.org. And there's this, if you follow some of the links, the same thing is on there. How do you deal with pro se litigants? So I don't know if it's going to match what you have or what, but I definitely would like to get a copy of that file. And the other thing you mentioned was the case that you had. You mentioned this early on. The case with the gentleman that has bone cancer against Trot and Trot. I'm guessing that was in a state court, a district court, where they were trying to evict him at the time?
Yep. They had changed the whole matter into what is called, the first they come at you is mortgage contract. Then all of a sudden, after you're in the redemption period out, they claim that you're a renter that overstayed your time and you're not paying the rent, and so they move to evict you as a tenant that doesn't want to pay their rent. Like they treat it like that. And in the middle of the night, all of a sudden the case changes from a mortgage contract situation into a landlord-tenant case. And if you look on the court docket numbers, you'll see all of a sudden there's a point where the court docket number has an LT after the number.
Yep.
That means that it's changed to landlord-tenant. You didn't pay your rent, sir. I don't have to pay rent. I own the place.
Yeah, see, I'm in the same position as one of your earlier callers. I went to a gentleman that's in foreclosure. He said he didn't want the house. He signed it over to me for $1. Okay. And Trot and Trot pulled the same thing. I kept calling to see when the sale's going to be.
Oh, they won't tell you.
They kept telling me it's going to be postponed. But all of a sudden, when they finally had the sale, it was a week before they told me it was going to be.
Exactly. So you couldn't be there to put down your 22 silver dollars.
I couldn't be there. Exactly. I figured that's what they were up to.
Exactly. Now guess what they did? They frauded you.
That's right. So
now you have a right to sue them for fraud, and you have a right to a quiet title, and you have a right to do a whole lot of other things because they denied you, I think, at least 36 counts of your constitutional rights.
Well, I'd certainly be pleased to do that. There's no doubt about that. For anybody that knows me,
you give us the contact information, and we'll give you the court documents and programming so you can do that.
Okay, because it's if anybody who knows,
I'd ask you guys if you can make a donation. We'd like to keep Angela and Truth on the air here. I think it's a tremendous expense out of their pockets and what have you to even try and do something this big in an education. I mean, we're really doing a big thing here, whether you realize it or not. If you came into this movement 30 or 40 years ago like I did, it was only go to meetings and pass papers back and forth. We're at light speed now. We're on literally the internet, and we're all over the map talking to thousands of people tonight, you see. And this takes a tremendous effort to maintain and do this. And I think, these people are not rich people, and they're basically busting their chops to keep this program out and running so you can have a voice and a place to go and a place to vent your voice. And we're asking that we'll be happy to get you these documents, and if you are not working and you don't have any funds, I don't care, we'll get them to you anyway, but I want you to understand there is a serious program going on here, and it takes a tremendous effort, both time, money, and materials, to keep it up and running. And if you could make a donation, whatever you can afford, we really appreciate it, to help out here, keep this program running, because it takes a serious, serious commitment, and we can't, all of a sudden you're looking and one day we're gone, and it's because we just ran out of resources. We just totally ran out. And at some point we have to close the door, and we don't want to be in that position. We want to be able to keep this serious program up and running so that you can come on here and discuss the issues of the day. You can come on here and get vital help on your legal matters. You can come on here and bitch, if you will, about what's being done. Okay?
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Understand that, folks out there in TV land. There's no, what does it say? Freedom is not free.
That's right.
So do us a favor, send some donations, and we'll see what we can't do. But get your contact information, and I will get that documentation to you. Let me get your first name just so I'll know what to look for when the emails come through.
It'll be Matt from Michigan. We met in Mount Pleasant many years ago, and then we met again at the Justice Pro Se meeting in Dearborn.
Yeah, that's where we used to do it in Dearborn.
Yes. You mentioned another case here.
I ended up in the hospital, and I was dying of cancer, kidney and liver, Agent Orange cancer.
Wow.
So somebody else had to take over for me because my doctor was very, very insistent that if I got out of bed or I gave his nurses any shit or I got on the phone with any of you constitutional people, I would get the magic shot, which is a shot that knocks you out for 2 or 3 days. And I ended up sneaking a battle on the Mark Scott show, and I took on the dean of Harvard Law School, and we went at it. And sure enough, as soon as the doc got to the hospital, you should have heard this program that I heard on the way to work today. It was phenomenal. This guy come on that Mark Scott guy's show, and he just took on the dean of Harvard Law and wiped the floor with that guy. I'm telling you, it was really something. You would have been proud. We'll see if we can't get you a radio up here so you can. I think it's on 1270 radio. The nurse come in, and the next thing you know,
the
nurse came in, took my blood pressure, and next thing I saw was a needle go to an IV tube, and the next thing I saw, the lights went out for 2 days. I woke up, and he says, now that's the magic shot.
Because they don't want you to give your phone number, because they'll get your phone number.
Excuse me, ma'am, we can hear you.
What's going on?
Please mute yourself out.
One more thing. You mentioned that there was a false imprisonment case where the guy collected $1.8 million a day. Is that the Trezevant case from Florida?
Yes, from Florida.
Okay. Yes. Okay, I've got a copy of that.
All right, make sure they get a copy of that down there too. Truth and Angela, and we want to put this case everywhere. You got $1.8 million coming for every day they put you in a false.
I didn't know that case went all the way to the Supreme Court, though. I thought it stopped at that circuit in Florida, and that was it.
No, come on now. $1.8 million. You're not going to sit on that one. That one's got to go to the max.
Never could get through.
See, the other thing is that case had.
Excuse me 1 second. There is a woman on here that shouldn't be speaking. Please press *6 and mute yourself out. If you want to ask a question, press *8.
If you take a look at that case and you read it, you're going to see that some of that money was, in fact, most of the money was intended to pay the guy's lawyer fees. That's not necessarily a bad. That's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just the idea that the guy got a substantial amount of money. He got $25,000 for being incarcerated for 23 minutes. So that's definitely not a bad. It's definitely not a bad trade-off, no matter how you slice it.
The beautiful part about it is that stare decisis, and now we can use that case to cite our damages, and now we can take that guy's effort and all that cost and expense, and we can argue the case of Flood versus Kuhn and says, hey, it's already been decided in law. Therefore, it's a similar case, and yep, They false imprisoned me too, and as a precedent, they set the damage at $1.8 million, and I want the same damage.
Okay, now tell me how we use that in the Sixth Circuit, because that was a Florida case that was in the, I think it's the Fourth Circuit, I'm not sure.
Look up the case of Flood versus Kuhn, K-U-H-N. Flood versus Kuhn, K-U-H-N.
Okay.
And you will see that case is a Supreme Court case, and it actually defines stare decisis. Stare decisis means it has been decided in law. Okay? Decision has been made. And in similar cases, the decision has to follow a case precedent. That's why they hold all these court cases in files and libraries, so that you can look them up and see how courts ruled all over before. Well, we picked it up. They ruled that it was serious a case, false imprisonment, and the damage is $1.8 million a day. And that's a standard.
F-L-O-O-D. Flood is in common spelling.
K-U-H-N, yes.
K-U-H-N. Okay, I'll take a look at that then.
You're going to see that it sets that standard, okay?
I'll get something off together. Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right. Yeah. Make sure we take care of Angela and Truth, because, like I say, this is a real big job to even do this in time, money, and materials. And they need all the help they can get.
So much. Man, I appreciate that.
Okay,
it is time consuming, but you know what? I love doing it.
Well, you get to where it's addicting, even.
You know?
It's addicting.
Okay.
Every day you come on, you're actually moving us closer to bringing back our constitutional republic.
Gosh, I hope so. We all do. Well, together, we're going to make it. Together, we'll make it happen.
We're all going to make it happen. And this is going to be America, land of the free and home of the brave, always. Got it, folks? Always.
Instead of land of slaves.
We need to understand.
Fritz, I'm trying to unmute you.
All right, let's get another guy in there. Stand up, look up. Get ready to jump.
Somebody's breathing heavy. Okay, go ahead, Fritz. Fritz in 90. Did you have a question?
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
We're standing by.
Can.
All right, great. I'm working with a group of individuals who are just getting started with this, and our goal is to help as many people as we can with their foreclosures and their mortgages. Constitution Man, I have one specific question for you and then a follow-up after that. The first question is, as we're studying this, we're getting nervous about whether we have to use an attorney in New York, whether we can help the people do their paperwork, and the unauthorized practice of law. And I remember listening to one of your tapes, you had said something about that. So I was wondering if you could elaborate on that first.
Okay. Here's the problem. When you want your constitutional rights, you have to be what is called the belligerent claimant in personam. That means you got to be the real McCoy, the real one. You're the person. It's your constitutional rights, and you got to be the one that bitches, okay? Technically, an attorney cannot argue your constitutional rights because he is not the belligerent claimant in personam. So when you take the attorney, actually, you are telling the court, one, that you are an incompetent, and two, that you need a guardian ad litem or a personal protector, and so he allows the attorney to be your guardian ad litem or personal protector. But almost always, the attorney's first duty is to the court system, okay? And any attorney worth his salt will honestly tell you that his first duty is to the court to make sure that things go just so, and that what they're used to doing and their practice and procedure is followed within a certain standard of law, okay? But if you are not trusting an attorney, or you think you can handle, and I'm going to tell you a secret, if you stand out of a court and you listen to most of the people that come out bitching at their attorney, almost exclusively you hear, well, you didn't tell them about this, and you didn't tell them about that, and how come you didn't bring up this, and how come you didn't bring up that? Folks, let me tell you a secret. You're the ones that have lived this calamity. You're the ones that best know all the facts. If you're going to pick on an argument where you expect that attorney to know everything that you have lived in your life on this issue, it isn't happening in your lifetime. I don't care how good the attorney is. You understand that? So you're always, I figured it out, you're always going to be standing to that attorney on the way out, bitching at him, especially if it didn't go very well for you, about how come he didn't bring up this or that or this or that or this or that. You expect that these attorneys are like computers. You just plug in the disk and they're just going to know it all. It isn't happening. So when you take the attorney, you run the risk of making sure that he is brought up to speed totally on all of the important issues concerning your case. And most people can't effectively seem to do that. And so what almost always happens is there is a dissatisfaction because the attorney is never going to have lived your particular situation, and he certainly isn't going to remember all the stuff that you do. And if the case is not going well, you're probably going to be upset with him for not bringing up some of the more important issues that you knew. So I'm telling you as a friend, you're actually your own best attorney. There's only 3 problems with being your own best attorney. One, you got to watch your mouth, because I told this one guy, I said, look, when you're up there standing as your own counsel, anything that comes out of your mouth can be used against you. So what the cop did is he got up and says, well, Your Honor, I approached the car and the gun was laying open in plain view on the seat. My guy immediately proceeds to stand up and say, that's a damn lie, Your Honor, the gun was under the seat. And all of a sudden the court came to a stop and he said, well, this is kind of what I was trying to tell you, sir, about being your own attorney. You see, it was the burden of this here prosecutor to prove that the gun was in the car. But apparently you've just made a confession, what they call a Freudian slip, a spontaneous emotional response, okay? And now, out of your own mouth, under sworn testimony, you just told us the gun was in the car. You see. Now I got to find you guilty without a trial because you actually confirmed the presence of the gun in the car. See, that's the problem with being your own attorney. You got to watch your mouth. You can't just say any old thing. And they will try and trick you just like they did to this guy. They got the cop to get up there and lie and say the gun was in plain view right out on the open seat. And this guy had to just jump up and say, that's a damn lie, Your Honor. It was under the seat. But the gun was in the car, wasn't it, Sonny? You see,
called volunteering.
In violation of 750-227B. And now I got to find you guilty out of your own mouth. You stand convicted. So that's one of the problems with being your own attorney. The second problem with being your own attorney is you may not know all of the rules of court or the language and the way to properly present your case in evidence, okay? But that can be remedied real fast. You just got to know where to go in the law library and which actual court information you need to look up. And it can be easily remedied. In other words, it's like you're speaking Chinese and they're speaking Russian, and the bottom line is there has to be a meeting in the mind somewhere so that the language comes across and the ideas come across. And so you're either going to have to take some serious classes to learn about this law to be your own attorney effectively, or you're going to have some help with an attorney. Now, why we tell people sometimes to get an attorney is because some states have realized, especially in Michigan and some other states, California is another one, wow, man, these pro se litigants are getting good. I mean, I've actually had judges stop in the court and say, never before is a young man not an attorney so literally overwhelmed learner counts for the prosecution, a licensed attorney, dig. They're scared. They're taking the initiative to try and control. The latest initiative is everything, if you haven't noticed, is going to electronic filings, okay? All your filings have to go by electronics. Okay? Now, to do that, you have to have a bar card, and you have to be a member of an organization, and you got to pay a fee. And to get into the organization, you have to have a bar card, and you have to pay this exorbitant fee to get in so that your electronic filings get to go to the court. Otherwise, you don't get to file your papers. That's one of the ways that they're planning to go in the next year to block us from being able to stand up as our own counsel, folks. They're going to block you from even filing document 1 because you have to know how to file it with a computer. You have to pay your fees. You have to get into one of these clubs without a bar card. Your chances of doing all that are somewhere between 0 and none. Are you with me? So these are the problems that they make for us, okay? And so it makes it very difficult to even file your pleadings and go to court as your own attorney. That's why it's a very difficult case. It has to be decided on an individual case-by-case basis, and you have to make determination. I don't think I can do this, okay? I'd like to be able to do this, but I honestly don't think I can do this. Okay, well then we find attorneys for you. We go out and find good attorneys who have plenty of chutzpah, who are not intimidated by and being threatened that they'll be disbarred if they fight this case, fight team fight. And I just had one the other day And the judge called him in his chambers, and he came out all red-faced, and the next thing you know, he stormed out of the court and says, I'm sorry, Your Honor, but due to the circumstances that were just created here, I have no other alternative but to withdraw from this case. And he stormed out of the court. I knew exactly what happened. The judge threatened his attorney in chambers and told him that if he went through with this case, he was going to get severely sanctioned or disbarred. Well, then, the guy didn't have an attorney. Well, the court couldn't go forward without an attorney. We'll have to appoint you an attorney. So for that, we're going to delay this case a month and a half. The next court date you'll have is a month and a half from now. See, people don't believe me when I tell them this stuff is going on, but I'm telling you as God is my judge, it's going on. So that's part of the problem, just so you know. What is your next question?
Okay, let's see here. Checkmate. Go ahead. Did you have a question?
Hello, this is Donna in Minnesota.
Hi.
Angela, congratulations on your 100th show.
Oh, thank you very much.
And
y'all make it possible.
And Truth and Constitution Man, I'm just happy to be hearing you. I've been fighting in the courts for about 3 years, and I need some more ammunition. They're running all over me. But I have stood up, and I've acted as my own counsel. I've done counterclaims, and they've run all over them and said that, they did a judgment against me with prejudice.
Are we talking about a summary judgment?
Yes.
Okay.
And now, so they went ahead with the foreclosure sale, and I had a furnace go out if this is a rental house, I had a furnace go out, and it took me a couple of weeks to get it in, although I kept the house warm until it was in. But to make a long story short, the lawyer is coming against me to try to steal my 6-month redemption time by saying that I'm wasting the house.
He can make all the allegations he wants. The burden of proof is on him to prove his claim.
Right. But what I'm wondering is, can I go back in when they've ruled with prejudice? Can I go back in with pleadings? And because I did ask for all of the proof of claim and to be holder in due course for them to prove up. The judge ignored my counterclaim. And can I bring that back in is my question.
Yes, you can actually motion to vacate the judgment for fraud, inadvertence, or excusable neglect, or the judgment is void as a matter of law. And I would recommend that you do so, okay? You look up your court rules, and you'll see there's a section vacating an order, and it'll usually say for fraud, inadvertence, excusable neglect, or the judgment is void as a matter of law. And that's the God's truth. It is, as a matter of law, voidable. And I'll give you the reasons why. First of all, one, you're a pro se litigant. So you're not an attorney long-schooled in the art and practice of law. And there is a famous case called Haynes versus Kerner, 404 U.S. 519. That's Haynes, H-A-I-N-E-S, versus Kerner, 404 U.S. 519. What it basically says is the test is not whether you are an attorney long-schooled in the art and practice of law, not whether you write magnificent legal briefs with excellent legal syntax and or magnificent legal prose. The real test is whether you got an opportunity to be heard and present your case in chief. And if you didn't get that chance to present your case in chief and your whole story because they summary judgmented you, that summary judgment was an improper jurisprudence and legal procedure, and they have to vacate that judgment. Now, the reality is, and that is for Haynes versus Kerner, which says that if your paperwork can be understood, it doesn't have to be fancy legal syntax and legal prose, and the rules of Federal Rules of Civil Procedure 8A and 10A and B have to be followed to the letter. If they can read it and understand it and it's logical, and that it's not so totally improbable that it could never happen in law, they have to give you a chance to present that case in court and present your case in chief. And failing that, you have been denied due process. Now we go to Title V, United States Code, Section 706, and it says if at any step in the process you are denied due process, the whole thing has to be redone over again de novo. That means D-E-N-O-V-O. It's a French word for meaning the whole case has to be redone from its inception. Okay? You have a right to motion to vacate. For this fraud, inadvertence, excusable neglect, or the judgment is void as a matter of law, the laws involving a pro se litigant, in this particular case especially, Haynes versus Kerner. You're going to cite all of the sites that are in Haynes versus Kerner. You just go to the Internet, dial in on Google or Yahoo, Haynes versus Kerner, K-E-R-N-E-R, 404 U.S. 519. They'll give you the whole case and all of the synopsis and legal papers involved in it. You study that, you make your brief out according to that case, and you argue that the summary judgment was not proper, that it was a deliberate denial of due process, the fact that they don't want to give you any other chance to have your day in court to get your case in chief. That's why they did it with prejudice. With prejudice means you don't get a chance to bring it up anymore, and that's totally illegal for them to do that even to a pro se litigant, because that says you can't have access to the court to redress your grievances, and that's a violation of your First Amendment. Okay? Are you listening?
Yes.
Right. Now, these are some of your procedures that you can do. The next procedure you can do is you can give an address or contact information to Truth. She will fax it to an appropriate person to get it to me, and then I will get back with you and give you actual copies of these kind of pleadings and documents so that you can get your day. Okay? I'm telling you as a friend, if you have a capability, I'd like you to try and at least make some kind of a donation to Truth and or Angela, because they're busting their chops to make sure you even got a chance to tell us about this tonight so that we can even give you this counsel, okay?
Yes, and I honor all of you for this, and I'm trying to do my part, my small little part, by standing up, and when I go into court, I say to God, I am doing this for all of my brothers and sisters. I'm fighting for them too.
Yep. And the name of the game is to stand there. Do you know something? You've already won. You just don't know it yet.
Yeah.
You know why you've won? Because you had the gall to stand there and look them right in the eye. And see, slaves. She's not a slave. How come she's standing here and looking us right in the eye? Because she's an American. A lot of times the judge will ask you, what group do you belong to? Who are you with? And you say, well, I'm with the Americans, Your Honor. We never quit and we always win. Just ask Johnny Wayne or Jimmy Stewart or any of them big actors. We always win. And when I left, the prosecutor turned to me and says, see you later, Americans. I says, damn right you're going to see me forever.
Well, the lawyers are laughing at me, and they aren't going to be laughing for much longer. So I will get a hold of Truth, and I appreciate it. I won't take any more time right now. Thank you, guys.
Now, good luck to you here.
Thank you.
Okay.
Hey.
Let's jump on the next one. Stand up, hook up. Shuffle to the door. Get ready to jump.
Corey Monson. Hold on a second. I'm trying to unmute it. Okay, go ahead. Corey Monson.
Okay, there we go. First of all, can you hear me?
Yep, yeah. Hear you fine.
Okay. First of all, I'd want to tell all of you thank you for all that you're doing. It's wonderful. And I've been watching the videos on the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, and awesome videos. I've actually been converting them to audio so I can listen to them as I travel to work. I drive like an hour each way. So as soon as I get all those converted, I'll send you a zip file of them, Angela, so you can put those on the website.
That'd be great.
Too.
I was just going to ask you, do you have that available so that you can Skype it to me? Because that's ideal, you know.
Yeah, and I actually have it to where it's in each session, like the 3 different sessions. So I'll have that in zip files, and I'll email that to you.
That's great. Or
one
Skype
question.
it to me.
Okay, I'll have to get your Skype address.
Just plug in my email address into Skype as a contact, and then that'll get it.
Okay. I was listening to the second session with the Constitution Man that you had recorded, I guess, a month or so ago, and there was a lady on there that had an issue about the IRS or comptrollers freezing her bank accounts and for taxes that were due. Mm-hmm. I recently had that happen to me and my wife, and I know that Constitution Man, you said that you had a 150-page deal on how to deal with that.
Yeah.
How would I go about, like...
Well, you get your contact information to Truth, and she would find a way to fax it to me so that I can contact you privately so that your private information isn't given out all over the air, and we can try and work out getting you the program on how to proceed, okay? But the reality is there are garnishment laws in every single state in the Union. You have to go into the law library and look up the rules of garnishment. Now, in Michigan, it's Michigan Court Rule 3.101, for those of you who are in Michigan and want to learn. But in every single state, they'll have a court rule that has to deal with garnishment procedures. Now, a bunch of times, these people do not follow these garnishment laws, and you can pin through and find where they haven't followed, either in the proper notification of you or in the fact that they just came and took without any notification of you. And this is where we catch them by denying you due process of law. Then we turn to Title V U.S. Code Section 706. Anytime they deny you due process of law, you have a right to vacate the judgment and have the whole thing done over again. That's Title V, Section 706. Look that up, Title V, United States Code, Section 706. When you look that up, it has 7 basic points of why you have a right to have this whole matter redone for the denial of your due process, okay?
Okay. Yeah, I'm in the state of Texas, so...
Okay, well, Texas, I've been through Texas law libraries. They have very good law libraries. Go down there and look up your Texas Rules of Court, and you'll find that they have a garnishment law. Just look up garnishment procedures. And it'll have a garnishment court rule, and then you look that up, and you're going to see they probably violated every bit of it.
Okay. Yeah, I've been making good use with the Texas A&M Law Library, so I've gotten myself familiar with that.
That's a good one. I've been to that one, too.
Okay. And then another question I had, doing different research, came across where somebody was saying, say, you and your wife or you and your friend can put a lien on each other to where if, like, say the courts or any government official, whatever, tried to detain you, then they would have to pay that lien off before being able to do that.
Well, I haven't particularly pushed that particular issue or subject, but it is legally possible to do. The problem with liens is you got to be very, very careful with liens because you are creating a security. And there is a certain procedure to do liens, and there has to be a proper due process procedure and notifications, okay, have to be done just so. And if they're not done just so, then they can come after you for fraudulently entering this lien. In other words, for instance, I'll tell you one example. Some people want to get out of debt. And so what they do is right before the judge enters the judgment against them, they sell the property to a friend of theirs for $1 or something to deliberately evade the judgment of the court and pay the final fee, okay? Well, they'll go after for that. They'll void the sale. Then they'll come after you for trying to do a fraud and avoiding payment of a just judgment, you see. So you got to be real careful when you do these kind of things. Obviously, if you're going to set up a lien practice like that, you'd want to do it way in advance of any type of claim or judgment coming against you, so it would not look like you just did this to avoid being responsible for the judgment in this case. See, once they can prove fraud on you, then they can void your procedure, and then they can come get you and sanction you further for the fraud 3 times real and personal damages. So not only the judgment would you have against your head, but then you'd have them multiplying 3 times that amount for fraud. So you got to be real careful when you do some of these things, that you've looked it up very carefully, that you perfected the program so that it can't be just thrown out, or you can't be sanctioned for doing some fraudulent deed, okay? Now, that's what people started going into trusts for. They would put all of their stuff in a trust, which is an irrevocable trust, and then what they do is they would have a good trusted friend take care of the trust and keep them more than an arm's length away from control of the trust, and then they would have the use of the property in the trust, but they wouldn't have any liabilities that could come against that trust. For instance, Rockefeller one time had this big dog. Well, the dog bit somebody, okay? Well, the people sued Rockefeller. Well, Rockefeller had put the dog in trust, so the only thing they could sue is the trust of the dog. See what I'm saying? And what's the dog going to have in its trust? You understand?
Right.
They set up these trusts to block people from collaterally attaching their assets, okay? But again, you got to watch how you do this. You can't do this right before a judgment is about to befall you, because they'll just claim you did that to avoid responsibility and payment of the debt. And they'll claim you did it in fraud. They'll void the trust, and they'll come get you. The IRS is notorious for coming after people that set up trusts, because they'll say they make the mistake of putting their name on as one of the officers of the trust. Well, then the IRS just merely turns around and says, well, you're nothing but a shoulder length away from the trust. You're one of the major officers on the trust. You can tell the trust to do whatever you want it to do in your favor. So really, there's no difference between you and the trust, so then they reserve the right to go and collaterally attack the assets of the trust anyway, because they say it's you really anyway. So you don't never want to put your name on the controlling trusteeship of the trust, because you'll just immediately void protections of the trust by doing that. And they'll claim you did this in fraud to avoid responsibility to pay your taxes or something like that. So you got to be very careful how you plan on doing evasion tactics to avoid being charged with the fraud, you understand? Does that kind of answer your question?
Oh, absolutely. And one last question. Earlier tonight, there was a guy talking about foreclosure and looking at the wet ink signature. And I'm not going through any foreclosure or anything, but my wife and I had just recently had a baby, and work's kind of slowed down, so I've fallen behind on my car payments, and I've sent them like a conditional acceptance for value, proof of claim, because the car lot that I got the car from, I signed the note, and then the note went to one financing company, and then it transferred to another financing company. And to me, I don't think that they have.
All right, let me ask you a question. At any time, did you get advised of the assignment, the reassignment? Did they tell you they were going to do this assignment? Reassignment?
They pretty much just did it.
Well, this is another problem we have with these banks. They've gotten away with so much stuff for so long, and everybody, they just seem to think that they can do whatever they want and that there's no law that's ever going to hold them to task. But within 72 hours of the assignment, they were required to notify you to see if whether or not you wanted to agree to have this assignment made. That's right in Banking Law, Regulation Z. It's located at Title 12, Section 226.23, and it's called the right of rescission. And they're not telling you people your rights, and within 72 hours, they're required to tell you to see whether or not you would agree with it. And if you don't agree with it, technically their assignment is illegal. Does that make sense to you? You didn't agree to do business with that other bank. You haven't entered into any contract with that other bank. Did you sign any paperwork with that other bank's name on it? Well, no. You see, and they're doing this stuff, and then they're pulling programming, like they set up a mortgage electronic recording program called MERS, and then they just do this assignment real quick and dirty over the computers and what have you. Well, the greedy little guys didn't think, and they set up this MERS, and this MERS was technically a 501c3 nonprofit corporation, because they didn't want to pay no taxes on their operating this magnificent program. So they set it up as a nonprofit corporation. Well, if you look up the bylaws of the nonprofit corporation, they can't own any property. And this is one of the problems that's happening on these foreclosures. They're transferring the property through MERS. Well, as soon as they do that, MERS can't own anything. So you can't transfer property through them. And when you do that, you break the chain of title. And once you broke the chain of title, the debt becomes non-collaterally attachable. It's an unsecured note, you see.
Yeah.
And they don't think about this kind of stuff. They didn't think about it, and now MERS has reorganized itself 4 times now. It's on its 4th MERS. It's now MERS 4 to try and get out of the legal fiascos they created by being cheap Charlies and figuring they were going to get pie, jamming people and slipping it on their computers. They didn't want to pay the taxes on these things, especially these properties, and they certainly didn't want to pay the fees for transferring all this stuff. And they didn't want to have somebody put their name on as now the new tax holder on this property. So they set up this MERS to avoid all of that cost. Meanwhile, they're robbing the local county clerks and records and deeds offices all over the country. And now lawsuits are coming up called qui tam lawsuits, where people are suing them because they're robbing the county of their rightful fees for transfer of property in that county by running it through this MERS program, okay? And when they did it, they actually screwed themselves, because when it went through the property ownership, what they call the chain of title, as soon as it hit the MERS program, that broke the chain. So there isn't a chain of title, and they may have transferred it 8 or 10 times down the line to different banks. Well, I'm sorry, boys, but you screwed up. After it hit MERS, everything after that, the chain of title was broken. And that's why they're talking about on the papers all over the country now that 62 million people may be foreclosure-proof because of this MERS fiasco. So I'm hoping everybody that's in foreclosure or being jammed out there is listening carefully, because that's one of the major issues we have in blocking their foreclosure program, is them putting it through MERS. And, of course, MERS goes into a Fannie Mae type account. Okay? Well, everybody thinks Fannie Mae is part of the government. It's not. It's a private corporation. Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac are private corporations for profit. Do you understand? They are just like any other corporation out here. That's just their name. But everybody confuses them with being with the government, and so nobody wants to go against the government, so they back down as soon as they get Fannie Mae on the title block of the lawsuit. But see, what these guys do is they'll dump it 5 and 6 banks, and then all of a sudden it goes through MERS, and then all of a sudden it goes through another 3 or 4 banks, and the next thing you know, it's in court, and when you're getting sued, you're being sued by MERS or Fannie Mae. Well, they have no authority to do that, you see. And so they voided their actual standing as a real party in interest, or what is called a holder in due course. And now we pull up Title 28 United States Code Rule, Federal Rules of Civil Procedure Rule 17A, and they can't prove their standing because they don't have any. And that's what a case called Ibanez is all about that came down here just January the 7th. The Massachusetts Supreme Court entered this case. It's called U.S. Bancorp and Wells Fargo versus Ibanez, I-B-A-N-E-Z, okay? You can look it up. Just write that out, put it on the internet, call up your Google, put in U.S. Bancorp and Wells Fargo Bank versus I-B-A-N-E-Z, and it'll bring up the whole case, and you can read about this, and it basically says, hey, if you mortgage bankers don't have any standing to come to court and plead your case, you can't do that. So the judge gave the bank time to do it and bring forth their note, and they couldn't do it, and so the judge all of a sudden realized with the Supreme Court, the judges, as there was a bunch of them, decided that the bank didn't perform and specifically perform and prove their standing, so they ruled in favor of Ibanez, and he got the house and everything, his credit, everything. He got the whole enchilada, and they were out of luck. And now all of these big shot lawyers that are doing these foreclosure programs out of Florida and Michigan and some of these others, they don't want us to bring out-of-state court cases in because they're afraid of getting their ass beat. That's because this Ibanez case just went through, and it's setting the foreclosure programming back years, and these bankers are all mad that people are bringing in all these out-of-state court cases. Well, guess what? This is a Supreme Court case, boys. Girls. So look up that Ibanez case, I-B-A-N-E-Z. It's called U.S. Bancorp and Wells Fargo Bank versus I-B-A-N-E-Z. It happened January the 7th, 2011. And that case went across this country like wildfire over this internet. So it'll be out there. You go to Google and you just Google it right up. 5-minute job, and you'll have the whole case right in front of you. Start reading. Remember, chance favors the prepared mind.
That definitely helped, and I'll be looking that up. So,
all right, take care.
And Angela, I'll find you on Skype, and I'll get you those zip files of the audio for the videos.
We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Not a problem.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you for all you do.
Well, we're more than happy to help. We're just trying to help.
Okay, our next question is PA Free Woman. Go ahead, PA Free Woman.
PA Free Woman.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello.
Are you there?
Yeah. I actually haven't paid the mortgages, and I want to take this case to federal court, but I'm not really prepared to become a pro se, and I would like to hammer them in federal court because I think federal court is better than the state court, because state court seems like it's all corrupted, and they don't care about these violations, the TILA and RASPA and predatory lending violations. So I'm trying to figure out, all that stuff that you talked about and how to attack, but you've been talking so fast, and I'm sorry. All the law numbers.
Okay, well, we'll slow down. We'll make sure you get whatever you need to get for your specific case. Now, to tell you, I agree with you that federal court is a more organized, better professional, and more serious court to go to with your grievance, okay? Second, I agree with you because this is a matter of federal law and federal constitutional rights. And what we do is we put right on the cover sheet of our paperwork that we are appearing in rem, in quasi-rem, which basically means under Title 28 U.S. Code versus 1331, that we are the actual owners of a right or rights. Then we argue Title 28 U.S. Code 1333 that it does involve federal law and constitutional rights, so the court has jurisdiction to hear it. Then we argue 28 U.S. Code Rule 1361, which says that there are officers here that are sworn under sacred oaths to protect and serve and protect our constitutional rights, and they're not doing their job as they swore they would. Remember, they took an oath to protect and defend the Constitution from all enemies, foreign and domestic, and to perform their duties to the best of their ability, and they are supposed to say, so help me God, but there's no religious test anymore involved in the oath, okay? Now, then we turn to 1441, Title 28, Section 1441, which says, and I have a right to remove this to federal court. But that's what we're doing. We're removing it to federal court. Now, we start out in the state courts because that allows us to cross swords with these people and get discovery and do some things that actually help get paperwork out in the open. And we ask some serious questions. We ask a lot of serious questions. One of them is, who is the actual owner or holder of the note today? We always ask that question. Second, we ask, can you demonstrate to me the actual chain of title on how the ownership got down the line to this person you claim is the actual holder today? Can you show me that lineage of how the note went down the line, step by step by step, through all of these 8 banks? I need to see that documentation, okay? Now, I've been sending my checks in to this particular party, Huron Mortgage, whatever have you, or something, and what I need to know is what you guys do with the money when I send it to you. Who did you give it to? And how long has that been going on? You want to know something, folks? A lot of these bankers have been playing such fast and loose so fast that they haven't thought about that. You see, they've been taking the money every month that people have been paying on the note. And they didn't have lawful authority to take that money, so that means they're involved in bank fraud or embezzlement at best. Then they took that money and they did something with it and gave it to somebody. Who'd you give it to? And if those people that you gave it to aren't real owners with actual possession of the note, then they're third-party co-conspirators in this bank fraud and embezzlement and mail fraud and a few other things. Okay? We start asking these kind of tough questions, and all of a sudden, they don't want to talk to you no more. Just go away, because they know where you're going with this. You're going for a federal indictment of them for mail fraud, bank fraud, and a few other things. Because what they do with the money you send in every month? Where'd it go? Well, we gave it to someone.
So if they go away, then you ask the court for a quiet title?
And then what? Yeah, and when they go away, you ask the court for quiet title. Exactly. To clear all claims so that you are the actual holder of the property. You see, these people have been doing such fraud over such a lengthy time, and we, the American people, have let them get away with this. A lot of times people just walk away from the house, and they just walk away. Some of them actually hand the keys to the banker. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so
actually,
they have been getting away with this a long time. But when you start pinning their hide like this, and you want to know who is the real party that actually holds the note, and is that the party that the money goes to? What? What do you mean the money doesn't go to them? It goes to this bank. Well, how did it go to this bank? Well, you mean you assigned it down through a line of banks? Well, I want to see that exact lineage. I want to see that chain of title. I want to see how it developed. I want to see how it was transferred. Can you show me that? You want to know something? They can't. Because they destroyed the files.
I did a backtrack of my loan, and it was securitized by Countrywide, and it's transferred to IndyMac.
Countrywide has been named one of the most predatory lending organizations before the Congress of these United States. Countrywide has been involved in more bank fraud and mortgage fraud than any single financial institution in the history of the United States of America. They have been declared the predatory lender of lenders. And they are involved in so much stuff, especially in the state of California, they practically brought the state of California financially to their knees. So the governor of California, Arnold baby, has basically told his attorney general he wants Countrywide investigated to the max. So just knowing that is a big feather in your cap, okay? Because you know they artificially inflated the values of property, knowing full well that the people might be able to get into the house, but they wouldn't last a year, and they'd be, because of this policy of the federal government, they created what is called ninja mortgagors, okay? Ninja mortgagors, where the feds came and told all these mortgage lenders, hey, you got to help out these poor people get into housing and have the same chance as everybody else. So you can't hold them accountable like you do regular people applying for a mortgage. So a lot of these people had no job. That's why they call them ninjas. No job, no income, no securities of any kind, no job, no way of paying the rent. And they figured they'd inflate these prices of these houses so high that they'd get the people involved and committed on paper. And then they'd end up foreclosing 6 months to a year down the road, and they'd steal the property, and then they'd control the property. But in the meantime, they could pass money through the banking system on these overinflated priced homes. And they were literally moving millions and millions and millions of dollars through securities and commodity markets like you wouldn't believe. And so they're gonna have a difficulty tracking and or substantiating the track on the chain of title. They're going to have a difficulty in actually enforcing the current party that supposedly claims to be the real party in interest or note holder, the holder in due course. They're going to have a problem tracking the fact that they never notified you pursuant to Title 12, Section 226.23 under the rescission rights under Regulation Z. I'd be willing to bet you they never sat down with you and explained to you those 3 pages of math where they explained the loan, the interest, the note, everything in depth on 3 pages of the most god-awful math you ever saw. And then you had to sign a document saying that they sat you down and explained all this stuff to you. And if they didn't do that, they violated federal law and automatically voided the mortgage contract, okay? Look that up. You're going to see I'm right. Regulation Z. Actually, you want Regulation Z Appendix J. So look up Title 12, turn to Section 226.23, look up Regulation Z Appendix J.
Regulation J.
Here's what you can do. It sounds to me like you're just learning this stuff, and I appreciate that, and there's a lot to know. So why don't you just get your contact information and your name over to the organization there with Truth. She'll fax it to me. I'll call you up, and I will make sure you get exactly what you need, and we'll fax it right to your door, and then you can look exactly what's required, and you can read it without having to have a doctorate in law to go down to the law library. and you'll be able to function and actually go to your lawyer and say, hey, what about all this stuff? These people are violating all this law, and then they come to me and tell me I'm in violation and I need to be evicted? I don't think so. You must be new. I'm not buying these apples off this rotten apple cart. I want something done. If you think you got what it takes to get something done, I'll hire you, but I want to go in there and I want to wipe the floor with these guys. I definitely want to keep my house. Now, the alternative is that you're going to have to file a bankruptcy program. When you file a bankruptcy program under Title 28 United States Code, Rule 62, there's what is called an automatic stay, which means their foreclosure is done for now. They can't do nothing. They got to wait for the bankruptcy court, and then they decide, and then you'll get a trustee, and then they'll look over your whole account, and they'll see if you have enough debt to be able to declare bankruptcy on what's called a means test. And they'll make you watch a video for about 40 minutes on the Internet. Everybody wants to watch that video. You go to a website. It's called Abacus, ABACUS, CC.com. You watch that video. That's ABACUSCC.com. You watch that video for 40 minutes. You give them people $25. They will give you a certificate that says you have gone to the bankruptcy class. Now, this is a trick that the government has done so that it takes you 2 weeks to go through the government bankruptcy class. But the lawyers all know all you got to do is call up AbacusCC.com. They'll give you the class in 40 minutes. You'll get your certificate. That's proof that you took your bankruptcy education, and you can file today, right now. And you can get a stay of judgment pending the outcome of the bankruptcy procedure, and you can actually delay them even bringing you to court for 5 to 6 months. So if they were going to throw you out tomorrow, I would beat feet down to the federal bankruptcy court. I'd get you your forms. They're about half an inch thick. Or get to a real good bankruptcy attorney, tell her you want to file bankruptcy, give them all your facts and issues on what your debts are, and get into a bankruptcy court, because what you can do, we're not doing this deliberately to defraud anybody. You may need the protection of the bankruptcy court, and one of the first things they're going to do is protect your right to keep your home. Okay? And then, over the next 6 months, we will figure a way to get you in court and sue these bums and try and block them on their foreclosure. And then after you do that, well, we don't need to be in bankruptcy court. Now we can withdraw. You already got this big debt off of your ass because these people cheated you, you see. So now you don't need to file this bankruptcy program. Now your bankruptcy attorney just walks in and says, we've reorganized our portfolio. We've luckily been able to find some assets and take care of our debts. And at this time, Your Honor, may it please the court, we would withdraw from bankruptcy court. And they'll let you withdraw. They're happy to see somebody that's actually working something out. Okay? Now, those are programs that we can do to help you get these people off your backside, okay? All you folks that are out there that are listening, you can do the same thing, all right? But what we need to do is we need to get this education to you in the appropriate amount of time so that these people don't just get away with coming in and kicking your doors and throwing all your stuff out on the lawn. Okay? I will tell you the last beautiful defense. There was an attorney who worked for the Sheriff's Department in Wayne County, Michigan, who actually did an opinion, and she proved on 5 pages of serious legal documentation that the sheriff sales were actually unlawful, that they were in violation, direct violation with federal TARP law. And under the federal TARP law, because the sheriff couldn't decide which criteria the debts were and which were not federally protected under this TARP law, legally he couldn't really prejudge and go to a sheriff's sale knowing there wasn't a legal controversy. And in Michigan, that Michigan law is 600.3204, MCLA 600.3204. And see, it actually states in there 5 criteria that are required before you can do a sheriff's sale by advertisement. Well, if you're in direct violation with federal TARP law, obviously there's a federal law in conflict with state law. Well, one has to prevail. Obviously the federal would prevail. So that meant she was telling the sheriff he was preempted from holding foreclosure sales in the city of Detroit, Michigan, effective February 4th, 2009. So that means every sheriff's sale that came after that date was illegal because it was in violation of federal law. Is everybody with me so far? That would apply across the country in every county and every single state in the union because they're in violation of federal TARP law. So that's another ace you got on some of these sheriff sales, that you could actually go back, say that the sheriff sale was in direct violation of federal TARP law, and we would be happy to help get you that information if you need it. You get us some serious contact information, and you're going to have to be light on truth because she's a busy little lady. She's going night and day now. The ones that are really in dire need right now are the only ones I want to contact her, and we will get you the information to show you how to beat these people up. So if you're about to get really foreclosed on in the next 10 days, you'd be one of them people. Get your contact information. We're trying to work out a system where you can just send your contact information and it gets directly transferred to me so that it doesn't even have to bother Truth, okay? But right now, we're in the beginning phases of getting this program up and running, and you're just going to have to bear with us. And we need your contact information to be able to call you back and fax this stuff to you, okay? So work with us, and we'll work with you. But there's a lot of methodology and data out here to help you throw a serious wrench on these bankers that are illegally foreclosing. Are you with me? Anybody there? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I hope this is helpful, and I hope this gets people some assistance here, because I know that you feel like you're on the tracks and you're chained down and there's a freight train coming down. You can see the light on the front of that train and you can hear that whistle, and you know it's just going to be a short little time and it's going to be all over. So we got to do something now. Well, I'm giving you information on what we can do now.
Okay, so we're going to move on now.
Okay.
We've got a lot of people waiting.
All right, let's go. Stand up.
Okay.
I'm hoping that some of these questions are answering hundreds of other people's same question.
I hope so too. Bill R. Oh.
Yes, how you doing?
You.
Hello.
Okay.
Hello. Your question,
yes,
please.
Thank you so much for taking this call. I really appreciate what you guys are doing. Someone asked a question a little while ago. I think you kind of answered it. Here's my situation, sir. January 31st, I live in Florida. I got a summary judgment for foreclosure.
Are you a pro per?
I'm sorry?
Are you your own attorney?
Yes, I was.
Okay, well, legally you can't get a summary judgment. It's against the law, technically. That's the case of Haynes versus Kerner, 404.
Right. I wrote that down.
You wrote it down? Okay,
yep.
all right.
Thank you.
Look that up. All you got to do is go on Google, type in Haynes versus Kerner, 404 U.S. 519, and the case will come right up.
Yeah, I have it. They sold the house March 3rd. They wouldn't even let me talk, or I didn't know anything about the $22, in all honesty.
Yeah, okay.
But I did write that down. And I guess with the rights of redemptions in Florida, as soon as they do, from what I understand, they did the certificate of sale. I got that mailed to me. They haven't transferred title yet. And interestingly enough, a week later, the FBI came to my house.
Good. Did you ask them, were they investigating mortgage fraud? Because you got a big one going right here.
I sure did. They kept me outside for about an hour.
What do you mean, kept you outside?
I wouldn't let them in the house. So
you wouldn't let them in the house?
That's correct.
All right. Well, you did the right thing. Don't let them in the house. It's none of their business in your house. And a lot of times you let these government agents in your house, they do an independent audit on how well you're living, and they figure that you have a tax liability way over and above just on a guesstimation of what you owe. I don't let them in the house. They want to talk to me. I talk to them in court. If they've got any honest questions, so I'm put it in writing and give it to me, and I'll be happy to get with my lawyer and get right back to you.
They were asking me if I was doing a private administrative process. And
what?
A private administrative process, but with the use of a notary. I was going that route. And
okay.
they were asking about the notaries, and they had all the information.
Okay.
And said everything I was doing was unlawful.
That's all bull. Here's the thing. First of all, all a notary does, and this is something that people don't seem to realize. I had a huge case, and this was against a notary. And see, he was totally legal. He was a notary. But they wanted to include him in mortgage and bank fraud. And what they didn't understand is the only thing a notary does is they're testifying that you came before them, you said that you were who you were, you had certain identification that actually verified who you were that they could look at, and then look at the picture and look at you. Yep, that's you. Okay. All right. And all you're doing is when you go in front of that notary is you're making a statement that I am this person and I am signing this document. And that's all the notary does. So the notary is not doing anything illegal. That's totally legal for him to do that. But a lot of times they want to try and include the notary in the fraud. He doesn't sign for what's in the document. You sign for what's in the document. He signs that you signed it in his presence. That's all he does. And you'd be amazed how many government officers, including United States attorneys, that don't understand that. But they'll try and include the notary in a criminal fraud. Well, he certified the document. No, he certified your signature on the document that you said you were this person. That's all he did. Whatever's in the document is your sworn statement, not his. All right, so they wanted to know your notaries, okay?
That's correct. I did have a question because I started looking at the judge. How long does a judge have after being elected into office to, I guess, qualify?
Well, you have to go in your state law and look. Now, in New York, it's 30 days. In Michigan, it's 10 days. You have to go in your state constitution and look exactly how many days they got. But guess what? The law says if they don't do it within the time and in the manner as prescribed by law, they voluntarily vacate their office.
How do I go after that? With Florida, it's 60 days to the best that I could research.
Okay,
And,
well, if it's 60 days, they got 60 days. Then you'd go and you'd get the oath of office and see what date was actually entered. And you go look up in November what the election date is. And you count how many days from the election day to when they actually put it in the clerk's office and actually certified it as placed on the record of the clerk.
The clerk
it's over 60 days, then they vacated their office.
Yes, it was over 60 days. They don't have it.
Well, then he's what is called a quorum non judice. That means I'm in the presence of a person, not a lawfully seated judge. Every judgment he signed is void ab initio from its inception. That's Puerto bail bonds for the state of Texas. Okay. We can get you all kind of documentation on this procedure, and there's a document that we have from the New York Bar Association where they've actually done a treatise on there's no excuse. If you don't have your oath of office filed on time, there's no excuse. You're too bad, so sad, you're out of luck. You're out of office. You don't sign your oath of office and put it in and record it properly, or your bond, you're automatically out of office. Any judgment you enter is void, totally void as a matter of law. Okay?
May I just have that case? I'm so sorry. That case where there was Boyko out of Texas.
Puerto bail bonds versus the state of Texas is the famous case. It's the landmark case. Puerto, P-I-E-T-O, bail bonds versus the state of Texas. You can look that up on the internet, and they'll give you the exact one. Puerto bail bonds versus the state of Texas. Just go to Google and type that in, and they'll come right up with it.
Thank you so much.
All right? In the meantime, you need to take care of this right away, because if they're making complaints against you, you're under criminal investigation. Do you understand that? Did you get their agent card? That's something I want everybody to understand out here. When these agents come to your door, you ask them for a card. And on that card, I want the back. I want them verified that you looked at their name and, yep, they have ID that says that name. 2, that you write the date that this actually happened. I want the date right on the back of that card, because at that point, you're under criminal investigation. Got me? Now, why would I want that date? Because from that date forward, the IRS can't go to your bank and get any records or any of your third-party record keepers any of their documents, because if they do, they violated California Bankers Association versus Schultz, And all of that data that they get from them third-party record keepers is inadmissible in any court in the land because you are under investigation. You can only get a civil summons to enforce something when it's a civil investigation for money. They could do that for money, but they can't do that for criminal because that'd be a violation of your Fifth Amendment rights, you see. So when you write that date on that card, you flash that card out, Judge, these people are going to criminally investigate me since this date. They went and got that summons 6 months after that and then proceeded to go through all of my third-party record keepers and got out all my files. So I moved to strike all of that data so they can't enter that on the record. Every bit of that information is voidable. They can't use it. It's totally forbidden. That's California Bankers Association versus Schultz. Look that one up on the internet. You'll see. And all of those summonses can be quashed. Look up third-party summons record keepers summonses in your Internal Revenue Manual. You'll see I'm right. California Bankers Association versus Schultz quashes their ability to go in there and rake through your private files of your third-party record keepers, okay? So I hope you at least did a calendar program on there and put down the date they came to your door because you're under criminal investigation. That means they can't go and get third-party record keeper summonses. They can't go to banking institutions. They can't go to private records, your employer, nobody. If they do, there's a very serious fine.
All righty. Let's go on to Vermont. Go ahead. Did you have a question?
Yes, I do. Can you hear me?
I hear you fine.
Okay, thank you. I have a little bit of a different situation, and I have asked numerous people over the last few years. In 2005, I paid all the taxes on my land, and I sold the property and put in a notice of sale. That's what the state, this is Vermont, and the state of Vermont requires that you notice if you sell the property. And it was by affidavit, and it was notice of sale, transfer, and conveyance for cash. I sold it for gold and silver. And I put that notice in. It's still sitting in there. It's an affidavit. It's never been questioned, challenged, or anything else. That was 2005. And it's still on the record. In 2007, they held a tax sale, and they sold the property. When I arrived there, for the people that owned it, they said, please go, Lynn, we've got illness in the family, go and find out what they're going to do. I didn't believe they'd do it. And because they had this in the record, they were noticed. I put several ads in the paper that I had sold it. You can't sell something in my name when I no longer own it.
All right, stop here, because there's some stuff that's left out here, and I know it's been left out, and I know you meant well, and your intentions were basically decent, but I already know there's some things left out. Was there an arrearage on the taxes of the land? You said you told me when we first started talking that you had paid all the taxes, okay?
I paid all the taxes. I paid them out of an indemnity bond. And the indemnity bond was done by, I got all the information from Howard Griswold.
Oh,
and,
I know Howard well. Yeah.
Okay, and I know his
so
usually works.
Straight arrow. Everything works with Howard.
Okay, and they told me that they would not accept it. I had that in writing and signed. And what I said, I thanked them for it. I said, according to your law, and I cited the law, the obligation is now discharged.
It is. It is discharged, yes.
They never returned the indemnity bond.
Okay, well, as far as you're concerned, it was paid.
They kept saying no. They kept sending me bills. I kept sending them back.
Why didn't they send you back the bond?
Well, I don't know. Good question. But I don't believe they produced it.
Because they wanted to make money on the bond.
Yes, I believe they already had deposited it. Yeah, to make a long story short,
they should have returned it.
Well, they should have.
If they refused it, they should have returned it. But when they kept it, that closed the deal.
That's what I felt, and I sent them the law on that. Now, in 2007, in August, the end of August 30th, I believe, they sold the land at a tax auction. I walked up to the door for these people that owned it. They asked me, I have a right to do that.
No, they had no right to do it.
No, they had no right to do it. I knew that, and I noticed them that. I noticed the lawyer. This was not a sheriff's sale. This was done by a lawyer of one of the most crooked law firms in Burlington. There are like 3 really crooked law firms. This is one of them. There's another one that got involved later on. But anyway, I walked up to the door. The chief of police said to me, Lynn, if you say anything, I will arrest you.
Really? So you don't have your right to free speech anymore, huh?
I guess not, and I have several witnesses to that.
Well, you have a right to sue. You have a definite right to sue for
I
fraud.
I want to. I don't know how to do it. That's my problem. I've done I've put in hundreds of pages of paperwork. I've gone to the court. I've gone all kinds of stuff. Now, the guy that bought it was my next door neighbor, and he thinks he bought it. And I said to him, you can only buy the town's interest. The town had no interest in my land. My land was owned outright since 1986. And I lived on that land 30 years.
Okay.
There was no mortgage. It was all paid off. And that was another thing, another story, because they never bothered to write it off in the paperwork. I finally found in 2005 I still had a mortgage card.
They
really did.
Bad. They've screwed up so bad, it's absolutely unbelievable that they'd be that stupid.
I am giving you the tip of the iceberg. You have no idea what the stuff I've done.
Believe me, I give up thinking that I've seen everything, because I'll go till tomorrow and something will come tomorrow and it'll even show me that I thought I'd seen that too, but guess what? Somebody like you comes along and shows me something completely even worse.
Here's the clincher, okay? I am the family historian. I had all the family records. I had the family heirlooms. It was an 11-room old farmhouse, and it was restored to the best of my ability, and we were very happy there.
You are the executrix of the family?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
And what they did was
on documents, you're officially the executrix. Where do you file?
No, I don't have that, but I'm an executrix of my estate.
Okay, your relatives would have verified that, though, right?
Oh, I think they would. Everybody gave me this stuff.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, everybody gave me so. I don't know if my brother would do that. Now, my brother is in La La Land. He's been eating aspartame for 35 years, and he's got holes in his brain. But anyway, to make a long story short, I was given all kinds of stuff that I inherited from my grandparents, and I also had family records. All sorts of things.
Why are you telling me this? Did they come in and steal that property?
The man that thinks he bought it had us evicted under force of arms in January of 2009. They came 6 armed thugs. One of them was the sheriff, the county sheriff. One of them was the chief of police of our town, and there were 4 other thugs. As I came up the road, I had gone out that morning to do some mailings, and we had turned the place into an embassy. We have all kinds of missionary families that would come and stay with us from a day to a week, or sometimes several weeks. And we did all kinds of counseling, and it was rest and relaxation. The house was a worship center. We was also a bank. We had a family. We had an embassy there.
It was a church too, huh?
It was a church too. Absolutely, we had many Bible studies there.
Into a church? Can I come into a church? That
they
goes
did
back
it
before the 12th century.
Well, we had an embassy. We had embassy signs on every side of the house when they broke the door down and came in. They arrested my daughter under force of arms and hauled her off in handcuffs behind her back. She's a world-class watercolor artist, and they damaged one wrist. I mean, it healed, but they dragged her off. I came up the road, and I thought, oh, boy, they started the party without me. Now, we were noticed this was going to happen, and I sent stuff back, and I said, you can't do this. They did it anyway. The neighbors...
I don't know if you remember a gal. Her name was Coughlin, okay? She was an airline pilot for FedEx.
Yes.
And she's a phenomenal gal. And she was a student both of mine and of Eddie King, okay? Eddie King mainly. And Eddie King operated out of Florida, and he had a special program to help people that had tax problems, okay? And he was also the guy, along with myself and a very famous guy who specialized in trust, that flew to New York and put on the seminars to help those 25,000 cops get totally off on when the IRS came after 25,000 for tax evasion. We were the ones that flew to New York City to help all them cops get off. And I wish you could have been there and seen the program and the ridiculousness that went on. And we got every one of those cops off. Every one of them got let go, okay? And we basically argued the same arguments that we gave to that Coughlin gal. And she must have had 20 boxes of letters that she had written to government officers explaining all of her positions and what have you, okay? So it actually got to a criminal trial and a jury trial at that. And, of course, all these boxes of letters that were written over and over and over again to the IRS ended up in the jury room. And all of a sudden, the foreman of the jury came out to the judge and asked the judge for the copies of the boxes from the IRS answering all these letters. And they didn't have any answers at all.
Mm-hmm. Typical.
Went back in the jury room. There was about a 5-minute discussion. The jury came out and said, well, Your Honor, we've reached a verdict in this case. It says, you haven't had the whole case presented yet. They haven't rested the case. It says, we've heard enough. We've already seen enough. We can see here clearly that this poor woman tried to write these people and get this thing worked out for year after year after year. We've looked at the court dates on some of these, the official dates on some of these letters, and they go back 7, 8 years. And we don't see any answers from the government agents back from the IRS as to the problems are. And we've read hundreds of these letters, and we can see clearly here that what's going on here is they've totally ignored this poor woman. And now they come and want to indict her for being the bad guy and not following the law, when clearly they could have corrected any errors and misunderstanding, communication, or what have you, but they just out of ignorance ignored her totally. And look at all of these letters and documents from this woman. So therefore, we, the jury, in this case, find the defendant not guilty. You see, these people don't seem to think that your documents mean a hill of beans. They only care about their documents, you see. Now, you have a very excellent lawsuit if you want to pursue it. Okay.
I definitely do.
But you are going to be in court a good 5 to 7 years. I'm telling you that right now, so you don't get your hopes up about getting rich tomorrow, because it's not going to happen.
I'm not trying to get rich. I just want to go home.
Well, and at the same time, you want your property back, okay?
Well, they stole everything in the house.
You want the property, and you want all of your property that they stole back, okay?
I want all my property back.
This can be done. We are going to, I don't know if you've ever done this before. Have you ever stood as your own attorney before in court?
I have gone into court by myself, but it was basically traffic issues.
Well, we are going to be in a major battle here. This is not going to be anything light. You can be trained, though, and we can actually assist and help you do this. But this is not just some small thing we can answer on a radio program,
okay, I understand.
Telephone program. This is so big you cannot even. I'm sure you understand what actually was done in the injury to you, and what was done. But you need to understand, to me, to organize this whole thing, document everything, get all of the facts in, file. First, we'll have to file what is called a notice of lis pendens. We'll have to tell them you are about to be sued for the wanton, willful, and malicious violation of my constitutionally secured rights. And then we will have to give them a certain amount of time called concurrence pursuant to Title 28 United States Code Rule 41. You have to give them a chance to settle with you out of court. And, of course, you're going to name the sheriff and all of the armed...
Yeah, I have 25 or 26 people.
I hope you got all the names listed, because...
I've got the names, but here's the bad part. That the neighbor stole all my documents, everything. And we were told the day of the eviction, if we set foot back on the property, that he would arrest us.
You have a right to sue the neighbor as well, because he did an unlawful action under the guise of...
Well, the neighbor knew that I had sold the property.
Okay,
he knew or should have known, and that was all in documentation.
That's what the lawyer would say. Clearly he knew or should have known that he was participating in a fraud, okay?
Yes,
he
did.
He did so voluntarily to your great injury, and you're going to have to do what we call a Bivens versus 6 unknown agents case. We'll actually put 100 John and Jane Does on there, and as you learn their names, we'll have to add them to the case each time. Every time you learn new names of who was involved in the case, the judge is involved in the case, he can be sued. The county that you live in can be sued.
Okay.
The state
I had put together a negative averment.
Oh, well.
And I stopped it. I did not go as far as to lien anybody, but I got to that point.
Okay, well.
And I have a lot of this documented.
You may get to that point again.
Okay, I have a lot of this already documented. I have several affidavits. I don't know whether they were ever recorded in any court or not. I mean, I sent stuff in, and when I went in and looked at the case, when the neighbor took out a lawsuit to get me evicted, I went in there. He has a fraud affidavit, because he never wrote that affidavit. He's practically illiterate. I know he never wrote that affidavit. His lawyer wrote it, and he signed that he wrote the affidavit.
Well,
so that's
I'm sure the lawyer explained it to him. The lawyer probably explained it to him. But when he signed that affidavit, clearly he knew or should have known he was participating in a fraud, so he's guilty.
Yep. And his wife and his daughter and his son-in-law, because they're all part of it. They were all gladly ransacking my house and everything in it.
Okay.
And they have no priceless
things. You have to have all these names. All of these names have to be gathered. Okay. And this has to be done meticulously, step by step by step. Okay. And the best thing I can tell you is you're going to have to submit some contact information, get it to Truth. She's going to have to get it to me, and then I'm going to have to show you a whole lot of these things and these procedures. We're going to have to get you an attorney there that's got some hair on his tail feathers.
Don't have any in Vermont. They're all threatened by the judges. It's unbelievable here, the corruption in New
I
England.
know exactly. That's exactly why I don't get a bar license, because I won't have them do that to me. And that's what I told the attorney the other day when he came out of that judge's chambers and he was all red in the face. I said, that's exactly why I won't join their bar, because I will not have a judge tell me that I got to let this guy lose because he's going against the state or he's taken on some case that's politically not,
Yeah, we had a dear friend that lost the case because that's what they threatened the attorney with, and I know he did. I wasn't there the last day.
I sat there and watched him. He came out of that chambers with his face as red as a beet, and he stormed out of the court and told him, I'm without recourse, Your Honor, due to the circumstances involved in this case. I'm withdrawing my representation on this case. I won't have anything to do with it. He withdrew and he stormed out of the court. And the judge was all shocked, and he didn't think it was going to go to that, but it did. He didn't think this guy had character. I guess he was wrong. He misjudged this guy's character. So.
Well, good for the guy.
Then the guy wouldn't participate, and he backed away and walked out and left the judge hanging with egg all over his face.
Yeah, well,
so now we have the matter going in the month and a half now, and we're going to have another lawyer, and we will definitely pull this judge off the case for obstruction of justice. And we will proceed to get another judge on the case, and we will, what they call, recuse this judge.
Right. Now, how do I get the info to Truth? And what info do you want?
Well, we definitely need contact information where we can call and talk to you, because we can't do it in this arena tonight. We're already eating up the clock here, and there's all kinds of people sitting there just wanting their question answered. So this is what I told you a long time ago. Some cases we cannot even begin to touch on a talk line like this because it just eat up the whole night doing it, and all these other people have been waiting for a long time to get answered to their questions. So I'm going to have to get a personal contact number and then set up a mutual time with you and then try and figure a way to get you assistance and some type of legal programming.
Okay.
All right, so go to myprivateaudio.com.
Okay.
myprivateaudio.com. Click on the guest speakers link at the top or the left. And then the names are all in alphabetic order. Click on Truth.
Okay.
And then at the bottom of the page, you'll see a stylized heart shape. Click on that. That's your email link.
Okay.
Then we'll try and get some assistance to you, but I want you to dig in because this is going to be a big job and it's going to take some considerable time and effort.
Well, I've already generated hundreds and hundreds of pages of stuff that I put into several courts, and they just turned the other way.
Well, I'm well aware of what's going on here, and the reality is they've technically thrown you under the bus to protect the status quo, and they've got pedal to the metal on the bus, and they don't care if they grind you little people down into nothing, to maintain the status quo, and that's what they're doing.
Well, I feel like I've been run over by a freight train.
I'm sure, and your day is going to come at some point where you're standing in front of their court, and you're going to have a judgment in favor of you, and all of a sudden you're going to realize, hey, I toughed this out, I got my dignity back. See, that's what we try and do. We try and help every little person get their honest day and get their dignity back. But I just want to let you know what's going to happen. This is going to be a battle, just so you know.
Okay. I understand that. I know that. It's been a battle so far, and I'm prepared. I am a bulldog, and I do not want to give up on this. I want my stuff back. I want my house back. I want to go home. I planted 22 fruit trees and bushes that summer because I was planting them for the people that were coming there, and it's a long story. I wound up buying the land back.
I'll give you the case.
Okay, but we don't want the whole story.
So let's skip it for now. I'll talk to you at some point. I'll send the information.
One case I want to give you is called Ruff versus Isaac. Ruff sued Isaac. The IRS stole Ruff's house and put it at a tax sale. But they denied him due process when they did it. So guess what happened? Got to the Supreme Court. Supreme Court said, you denied him due process. Now we got to give the whole case back to Ruff. And at the same time, Isaac had fixed the house all up. So the IRS had to pay Isaac back for the fraudulent tax sale. They gave their money in good faith to the IRS. And now they had to give the house back to Ruff. So they had to pay damages to Ruff. They had to pay damages to Isaac. And Ruff got his house back. And that's all because they denied Ruff due process in the notification of the tax seizing of the property, okay?
Okay.
So this is a similar type situation. There is legal precedence on your side. And the reality is the state never had a right to do this anyway because the state is technically forbidden by law from taxing obligations or the interest thereon, or both, directly or indirectly, in the computation of the tax. That's Title 31, U.S. Code, Section 742. And guess what? Memphis Bank versus State of Tennessee says that is the supreme law of the land. So right away you got a serious argument that the taxes was never owed anyway because the state was violating federal law when they did that. So guess what? Their whole argument is totally baseless in law. They never had a right to do what they did. Do you see that? How that argument locks in on your case now?
Yes, and I have read the Memphis Bank case. And I've read several of the other ones. I haven't looked at Ruff versus Isaac, but I will look that up.
We will make sure you got enough data to sink a battleship. And before you're done, we'll give them one chance for nothing to fix everything that they've done and make you whole. And if they don't do it, we'll hit them for $500 million and 3 times that amount punitive damages for fraud. You know, and the bottom line is we'll tie them up in court forever. When it gets to the Supreme Court, they ain't going to have a defense in the world, and we'll take them.
Good. Okay, I thank you, and I will get in touch with you. What should I put to truth? Should I just say Vermont injured? Hello?
That works for me. I don't know. Yeah, but Vermont.
Okay.
I don't know where she is right now.
Okay, how about I say Vermont injured woman or something like that?
That'll work.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Make sure you include your phone number and also a paragraph pertaining to the case.
Okay.
So that you
right.
can refresh Constitution Man's memory.
Okay, thank you. And I congratulate you on your 100th one. I really have enjoyed your show tremendously.
Oh, thank you. It's been fun.
Well,
went by really quick.
You do a very good job, and you're a great hostess. You let a lot of people just plain talk, and that's very kind of you. And it's nice because they're uninterrupted. So thank you.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. But we're all learning, So I try not to be limiting anybody's station. Well, okay, we're going to move on.
Thank you.
Let's see here. Thank you. Kokomo Joe, did you have another question?
Yeah, is Carl still here? Is Constitution Man still? I didn't hear him.
Yeah, he's still here.
Okay. I didn't get a chance to thank you for that great explanation on the Garner case, and I wanted to know if I were to send you contact.
Are you? Wait a minute. Constitution Man, are you here? I think we lost him.
Well, that's why I asked that question.
Oh my goodness!
Because he was talking to that. He was talking to that lady, and all of a sudden he was gone.
Oh my. Well, hopefully he'll try to call back in. Oh my goodness. I hate when that happens. Don't you hate when that happens? You gotta charge up your batteries and things because we do go over time. We've been on 3 hours and 37 minutes. So how long is the typical life of a phone battery? I mean, I don't know. I guess it depends on how old it is.
Well, it depends on how people charge them, too. If you let them go completely dead and have a second set of batteries that are fully charged, they'll last at least twice to 3 times longer than if you use them for 5 minutes and then charge them, and use them for 5 minutes and charge them. Batteries don't like that. They like to be drained all the way down and then recharged from all the way down all the way back up again.
Well, they blew us off, but we're back. You can't stop a ranger that's motivated and highly trained. I hope that poor woman, we got her information over to you, and we will do our best to help her. But understand, folks out there, we cannot do a big job like that in a 20-minute conversation on the phone. That just doesn't even begin to do justice to it. The reality is, though, she's still fighting, and that's a plus.
Yeah, she said she's going to she's going to send information to Truth, and she'll put the word Vermont in the subject line.
to make sure that we cover
she
it.
is.
I'll make sure I look special for her to make sure she gets what she needs. But this is the kind of problem we have here in America today, and people just feel like they've been run over by a big train, and then the train had the gall to back up and run over them again, and this should not be happening, and she should have been able to go before a court of record. She should have been able to put her grievance on board. They should have looked at the whole thing. They should have said, well, wait a minute here. Obviously, if this is all documented correct and true, these other parties don't have a claim for which relief can be granted, and they're operating in fraud, and so they don't have clean hands, and therefore we can't grant them equitable relief. But they didn't do that, you see. This is part of the problem. But you notice that when you get this kind of information out and the kind of powerful arguments that we have out, there are powers that be that don't want this argument out. They don't want this Title 31-742 out. They don't want it to be known that the state doesn't have any such taxing powers, okay? And so they blow you off, and that's what just happened. They blew me off because I heard it when it happened, and I knew it was too fast to be just a slow, delayed burn. It was a snap. Somebody pulled the plug. So not to worry. They should understand right now, Americans, we don't know the meaning of the word quit, and we will be back. Well, let's get the next guy on here. Stand up, whip up, or gal, whichever it is.
Go ahead, Kokomo Joe. Go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to thank you for that great explanation on the Garner case, and I'm gonna, as soon as this call's over, I'm gonna start studying it even tonight yet. And I wanted to ask you if I were to give you my contact information, is it possible for you to get me a copy of that coffee bean case, or direct me to how I can get it, because they just blew me off, man.
No, they buried that file a long time ago, and Judge Sheehy isn't even there anymore. The poor man got cancer and had to retire. And he retired to North Carolina, of all you places, so watch out. Judge Sheehy lives in North Carolina, and he knows his law, backward, forward, upside down, another. And I say that with great reverence and respect for Judge Sheehy, because he was a phenomenal judge. I only know 5 judges that can even hold a candle to Judge Sheehy. That's how phenomenal. And when he retired, I actually was in tears when I wished him goodwill, and I told him how he could beat cancer as a survivor myself. So, Judge Sheehy, wherever you are, we love you. God bless you and keep you. Give him hell, buddy, and make sure you pay all your bills with coffee beans. He'll get a big charge out of that if he's with you.
Well, if I could get a copy of that case, that'd be great.
I'll see what I can do. I didn't know it, but Judge Sheehy actually golfed with my dentist, okay? And Doc was a phenomenal golfer. He actually taught me, and that's an absolute miracle, because I always thought golf was the dumbest game on the face of the earth. That he actually taught me a reverence for it. So anyway, they're out playing golf, and they're playing skins for money, and Doc was getting beat that day, and Doc normally wiped the floor with Judge Sheehy, and Judge got him for $300 that day, and he's sitting there rubbing it in to Doc about, I got you good today. I'm up on you 300 beans, as a joke. And so Doc leaned back and he says, that's all right. I just paid the damn thing in coffee beans. What do you think of that? Judge Sheehy took out his 9-iron, flung it down the course, and says, I'm never going to live that case down. I'm never going to live that case down. And the dentist told me he just was in tears laughing at Judge Sheehy. He wrapped his clubs around a tree.
So should I contact Truth on that then, or something? Just put like coffee bean in the title, or
get me and put coffee bean in the title, and I'll see what we can do to get you a copy of that case.
Awesome.
Well, I'm first in line.
You should understand.
Wait a minute. I'm first in line for a copy of that case.
Okay.
No, you're not. We're not going to give Angela a copy.
And they didn't cut nothing out of that case. They didn't cut nothing. Even the judge's ending, at the end, he flipped his pencil in the air and he went. And we were sitting there going, first the attorney for Monkey Ward stood up to a half rise and said, Your Honor, you can't be serious. And we were sitting in the back of the room, about 40 of us going, because we instantly realized that Judge Sheehy had just made a landmark decision and determined that the money of account of the United States government was coffee beans. And all of a sudden he realized, hey, this guy, he's never going to appeal this case, and Monkey Ward's won, so they don't get to appeal it, and I'm stuck with this case, and this is going to be a forever case, and it's going to be coffee beans or the money. And all of a sudden he realized what he did, and he leaned back in his chair, flipped his pencil in the air, which is what he does right before he cites somebody with contempt of court, and he goes, pardon my French, shit, right on the record. And I mean, I was in tears laughing. I just couldn't stop laughing. And he goes, "That's it. We're done for today. You guys, you're all done. That's the last. I'm adjourning this courtroom now. Clear the courtroom." And he's banging, and we're all laughing like hell. But he never forgave me for that. He told me so too in the bathroom. "I'll never forgive you. You set me up. You set me up."
That has to be the most requested case I've ever had to deal with.
That's why they buried it. They buried it deep.
Well, if you can get a copy of that case, man, that would be absolutely awesome.
See what I can do.
I would love to get my hands on that. And then one final thing: isn't summary judgment a military court? I mean, don't you do summary judgments in military courts?
Well, that is an argument in military admiralty law, yes. But I'm here to tell you, a summary judgment, there has to be rules that are followed. One of them is if there are genuine issues of material fact, and you can support the claim that there were genuine issues of material fact, they can't get a summary judgment even under their military program. And a lot of times I flood the case with case law and argument so that they can't possibly claim that there's no genuine issues of material fact. That's why I encourage people, don't just go in with one argument and swing blindly and put all your eggs in one basket, because you're going to get killed. Put as many facts and arguments as you can in there to avoid the summary judgment. Then they can't possibly argue the summary judgment that you didn't have any genuine issues of fact. And then each time I'm arguing, I'll say, "And here's another fact, Judge, and look at this one. They didn't have any standing to even come to court to bring the complaint. They aren't even the holder in due course of the note. Look at this. They involved themselves in murders and all kinds of illegal, fraudulent property transfers. Look at this, Judge, and I just got list after list after list of things that are genuine issues of material fact. So how do we get a summary judgment out of this, Judge? Somebody broke some part of the law. Michigan Court Rule 2.116 parens C parens 8 says if there's no genuine issues of material fact, yeah, you can have your summary judgment. But guess what? You still have to allow for my constitutional rights according to Haynes versus Kerner, and I had a right to present my case in chief, and you didn't give me that chance, did you? Therefore, we got to start over and do it all over again. Huh. You see.
Well, what gives them the authority to drag you into a summary judgment in the first place? I mean, doesn't that violate due process?
That's what the Supreme Court. That's what the Supreme Court is saying in Haynes versus Kerner. You denied him due process. That's what it says. And that's an automatic violation of Title V, 706. Okay. I win more cases with that Title V, Section 706 than any other legal argument we have, because they deny due process all the time. Now you got to do what you did, and you got to do the whole thing over again. How much money did I just cost this big trot and trot company? They just spent $350,000 on this case. Now they got to start the whole thing all over again. You want to know how mad they were? They stormed out of that court.
Does that argument work against property also that's in your name?
It works against everything. It's federal law. Title V is the administrative code, federal law. You look it up, you'll see I'm right. Title V, Section 556D, as in David says, the proponent of a rule or order has the entire burden of proof of all claims. They can't even prove that they have standing to bring their complaint to court. So what do you think they got for a claim? Nada. Okay? All right, we're going to get you guys razor sharp. Before we're done, you are going to be razor sharp. You're going to be the best. And
that's
I do,
great.
Every now and then, I give diplomas from a certain university, from a certain guy that knows. You get a diploma from me. When you go through the mill, when I'm done putting you through the mill, you're going to be razor sharp.
Awesome. Thanks again. I'm going to mute out. Thank you.
All right. God love you and keep you, and make sure chance favors the prepared mind. So get prepared.
Same to you. Thanks. Yep.
Take care.
Thanks. Would you mute
out? Go to the next one. Stand up, hook up, shuffle to the door.
Okay,
Granny. Before you go to the next call.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on a second, Granny. Yes, Truth.
Before Constitution Man goes to the next call, how long does it take to take your course and get your diploma so we can set up a webinar for everybody to attend that's interested?
That's really a good idea. That's really a good idea. And I there's been no two people that took the same length. Some people are faster than others. Some people are more motivated than others. But normally it takes about, to go through the whole program, serious business, through a long court battle, probably 14 months would be fair. And then they learn how to use the law library. They learn how to do legal research. They learn negotiations. They learn all kind of things. They learn court procedure. They learn legal arguments. They learn precedents in law. They learn court rules. They learn writing legal papers. Believe it or not, most lawyers graduate from law school don't have a clue on how to write papers. That's why they have a smart gal, Friday, that works in their office. That's their paralegal that writes all their papers. They couldn't write their papers to save their life. But it takes about a good 14 months if you're making a serious effort.
How many days a week?
Probably at least one for sure.
Okay, we'll talk about this in the private.
Yeah. And the bottom line is when you're done, you're going to be better than a lawyer. Not that lawyers are bad or this or that. There are some that are very good. And believe me, I know some that are very good. It's just that it's a foreign language to you in the public out there, totally. And you must learn their procedure and their foreign language and how to come to court. And one of the most important things I can teach you is courtesy. You will get away with more stuff in court with courtesy than any other thing that I could teach you. So that I really stress courtesy in my training because without courtesy, you don't have a chance. They have to know, first of all, they like themselves, right? Second of all, they got to shave in the morning and look themselves in the mirror, okay? That's why you notice most judges have beards, right? Next, you need to know that if you're a regular dude and you express sincere courtesy and you've shown respect to the court and you wear a shirt and tie or a jacket, they seem to feel that you're a person of some character and breeding, and because they like themselves, they'll at least give you a chance to listen. Where if you go in there all punchy with a chip on your shoulder, they just regard you as one of the renegade mongrels of society, and they have no compunction but to slam you. You understand? But see, if they like themselves, they can't slam a good guy. They can't slam a good guy or gal because then they got to go home and feel bad. And they're not going to do that because they like themselves. So you see what an edge you have by just being courteous. And I taught a big Hell's Angel motorcycle guy that lesson, and he walked in the court and wiped the prosecutor's tail right all over the floor. Where before he had gone down and taken 8 sheriff's deputies and wiped the floor with them. And I tried to explain to him, you'll win the fight, but that ain't going to get you nowhere. You got to win the battle in court. And then when you won the battle in court, they dropped everything and let him go. The courtesy is very important. But it takes about 14 months to get through most of the serious programming, and we could work out an outline to even maybe cut that down a little bit. But remember, this is like any kind of educational program. You have to live in the shoes and walk the walk and have time to develop both your thinking capacity and your experience level. And it's not fair. In other words, there are kids that make it through college all the way through nuclear physics at 14, and I've known them, okay? But the kid's still out in the street fighting sticks with his brothers. You understand? He had no time to grow up as a child, you see. So there's trade-offs. If you try and rush it, you lose something in the process. But I would say 14 months is probably what it would take to put somebody through a whole serious program. If I had a really gifted person with exceptional memory and who applied themselves, I could probably do it in 8 or 9 months. But boy, they'd be tired when they were done, believe me. Their brain would be aching. So we could try and do that. We'll try and do that.
I beg your pardon?
We'll try and see if we can set up a program like that because it would aid a whole lot of people. And if we had a class going in every state in the union, my God.
Well, the webinar would afford everybody from any state to attend, and I already have the legal writing course downloaded from online. I got the legal research. So, like I said, we'll get together in the private, and you let me know what else is missing. You know, we'll put it together.
We got to do it smart, though. We got to do it smart, though. Remember our problem, our special problems, okay? We got to do it smart, because I don't want anything going down.
Very cognizant, sir, the Emperor. Very cognizant. Very, very cognizant. So, and David is excellent in doing PowerPoint and what have you. So he'll have the information. We can go through it.
We actually put you through court. We actually make you stand up and be your own guy in court. We actually take volunteers. We actually pick our jury. You get to pick a jury of your peers. We teach you everything. Yeah, we teach you everything. We put you through the whole thing. You get to come to moot court and argue your best shot. I like to pattern my program after a magnificent gentleman. Came from St. Paul. He was a phenomenal guy. I'm a little tired today because I've been up since 4 this morning. I don't think of his name.
Well, if you'd like to conclude the call.
Have you ever heard of Dan Pilla? Dan Pilla was a phenomenal guy. He used to charge a gold coin for his class, and he would lock you up in a hotel for a weekend, and for 3 days he would put you through a seminar where you learn legal writing, you learn argument, you learn all kind of stuff to help you beat up the IRS. And I took a seminar 4 times because I was the promoter in this area, and so he would let me take the seminar with the rest of the crew, and we'd put about 30 people through this seminar, and I'm going to tell you, when you were done, you were one tired person. But you could write your own briefs, you could argue your own law, you knew the whole court procedure backward, forward, upside down. And when they finally grabbed me the first time, I didn't even break a sweat. I mean, I was ready. And that's kind of the way I would like our people to be ready. No matter how they grabbed you or what they did, I'd like them to understand they got a tiger by the tail. It's plain to see. They're going to wish they never screwed with me. And that's the mental attitude I want them to have, where they don't even break sweat, even on the way downtown to the lockup. You know what I'm saying? I actually would read the cops their rights. Give them the Miranda warnings and the Dickerson versus United States warnings, and tell them you got a right to remain silent, you got a right to an attorney, you got a right to have your attorney present during question. Anything you say can will be held against your court of law. You can't afford an attorney want to be appointed by the court. You understand you have constitutional rights. You want to waive any of those constitutional rights, make a statement on your behalf. And I shut up. And they would just look at me in awe. Where do you come from? You don't know, do you? Probably should just assume the worst. It'd be better off for you. Are you a government agent? Are you spying on us? No. Why? Do you get spied on regularly, do you? I cannot tell you how much that course meant to me, but the infamous Dan Pilla is the one that really trained me and got me on this track years and years and years ago. God, it's got to be 40 plus now. And he still has classes. He still operates out of St. Paul. The Dan, if you could get to a position to take the Dan Pilla course, I would highly recommend you do it, because it's definitely one of the finest classes I ever took, college or otherwise, and I'm a graduate engineer. I tell you, that man really ground it down, and he was going fast. Imagine doing this on a weekend. You started on a Friday night, you worked all day Saturday and all day Sunday. Before you were done, you could...
Tell his last name that you're saying, please.
Pilla, P-I-L-L-A, Pilla, Dan Pilla. The IRS raided his father's print shop and put him out of business. And Dan swore he would make him pay for it. And boy, he sure did. Dan Pilla was out of the city of St. Paul, Minnesota. But that's the kind of programming I would want to run, something positive. But I realize to get thoroughly, mentally up to speed, you're going to need at least a good 14 months.
Okay, can we move on?
Yes, please let Granny on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
The next guy, stand up.
Let me say one thing though before we go ahead and move on, is that you guys are going to be in Baltimore, Maryland on April 1st, 2nd, and 3rd?
Somewhere in there, yes. Yep. We'll do our best to put on a seminar that good too. But it's not. If you looked at my tapes, you already know I'm talking better than 70 words a minute, 80 words a minute. No, he said 122 words a minute. Okay. I mean, I did that for 3 days in a row. I mean, when I was done, I was really tired. But I used to do those seminars all over the United States. New York City, Tallahassee, Florida, Orlando, Florida. We did Atlanta, Georgia. We did Dallas, Fort Worth several times with the infamous Robert Fox. We did Chicago, Detroit, San Francisco, L.A. We did Seattle. We did Las Vegas once. We did Tucson, Arizona twice. We did Kansas City. We did Memphis, Tennessee.
And now you're going to do Baltimore, Maryland, and
Baltimore, Maryland. I mean,
very exciting.
We crisscrossed this country like you wouldn't believe. And then my health broke down, and then I got into trouble. And after that, I was in and out of hospitals right and left. Like I said, the doctor said if I got out of bed or gave his nurses any shit, I got the magic shot. Or if I called that dean of Harvard Law, I got the magic shot. So I had to mellow out. Look, son, I'm trying to save your life. If you ain't going to listen to me, I ain't going to help you. So I had to start listening, be mellow. Of course, my people wanted me to be mellow and cool it. And so I had to cool it. So that's why I tell people, give some time for you. Just dangle your feet off the dock in the water and relax. Get a fishing rod. Read a book. Go sit in the park.
Okay, but let's move on because we're we've gone 4 hours and we still have 9 people waiting, so.
All right, not to worry. We'll get them all. Let me ask you a question. You notice how fast people are talking?
Yeah.
Because they're absolutely consumed by this. Absolutely on fire. Those are the best kind of students to have.
Right.
Because they say, Confucius said, when the pupil is ready, the teacher will be found. Okay? All right, let's get the next guy.
Well, it's Granny. Granny never had her chance. Go ahead, Granny.
All right, Granny. Fire 'em up.
Hi.
Hello.
So here comes Granny again, trying to get her granddaughter. And I'm in Michigan and Grand Rapids. And I just would like to know your opinion of what would you do if you lost a grandchild to CPS? And I lost
war on the courtroom floor.
What?
I would go to war on the courtroom floor, that's for sure.
Oh, well, I've been trying that. Believe me. They took her Valentine's Day 2005, and I've been fighting them ever since.
Okay.
So
this is in Grand Rapids. Is this friend of the court type thing, or is this some...
No, this is CPS. Friend of the court is more support and things like that. Okay. This has nothing to do with CPS. They just decided that she was a good cell into adoption, so they legally kidnapped her and moved her out for the federal funding from Social Security Title IV-E.
Yep, I know all about it.
So,
see, when that child was born, there's a story that goes like this. Do you know why they call it the delivery room at the hospital?
Probably because we're delivering her to the state, right?
Bingo. You got it right on, because as a matter of contract law, I mean, normally you would think they would call it the birthing room, or they would call it the born room, or the child's entrance room or something. Why do they call it the delivery room? So you look up the word in Black's Law Dictionary, delivery, and you're going to see in there where they talk about the grantor, the mother, giving the child to the state, and in consideration of that, the state was so nice, they're going to let the poor mom take all the responsibilities of raising that child through 18, 19 years, okay? And, of course, then they want to reserve the right to draft little Johnny and send him to Vietnam and get his tail feathers blown off, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
And, of course, it's their property, and they actually put a Social Security number on that child so that they can keep a private account. And this is also dealing in foreclosure programming, because this private account follows them through their whole life, and you're going to find out when you apply for a mortgage, the money comes from your private Social Security account fund, where they go and charge you $800 for origination fees to come up with the money that they got right out of your own private Social Security account. And then they're going to say that they lent it to you, so you got to sign another piece of paper on a promissory note saying you're indebted to them, but you never get delivery of the money to you. You only get book accounting electronic entries where they claim you owe them this amount that they entered on their computer, but they never give it to you. They never give you the money is what I'm saying. They just say you're indebted to them. Wasn't it the same thing as slavery?
Yes, it is.
And I have a right to sell you as a slave because whatever color your skin is or whatever background, church, whatever you have, or we're the superior, you're the inferior, whatever, but they've actually made slaves out of every one of these babies. And I'm telling you, if moms actually knew why they called it the delivery room, there'd be a whole bunch of doctors that were toothless as a hen because they'd deck them. Because that's exactly what they're doing. They're delivering the res, that's the body of the child, from the grantor, the mom, to the state, the grantee, the receiver, and in consideration thereof, they allow mom to raise the child for 18 years and go through blood, sweat, and agony to bring that poor child to adulthood, properly trained in the proper procedures for being a good little slave. And, of course, the fool system actually adds to that down to the 10th to the 99th, and they hone the kid down even further to just being a good little slave, you understand? And by the time you figure out all the ways that they've honed down their property, and then they come along and want to take that poor baby and fly him 14,000 miles on the other side of the world, drop him out of a plane and tell him, go through that jungle and shoot all them guys in them black suits. You know. See, there's got to be some gross error there before God.
Amen.
All right, let's go. What do you want to do about this kid that they grabbed?
I want her back. That's what I want to do.
You want them back, okay? All right, that's what I need to know. I need to know these important facts, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Now, do you get to see the child at all?
Oh, no. No, they don't let me. The family has adopted 3 children, one being my granddaughter, and the other kids get to see their grandmothers, but I don't get to see my granddaughter because I would tell her what happened. Okay. And even when I appealed before the Court of Appeals in Michigan, I did it on my own, and the Assistant Attorney General, the worst thing he could say was, this grandmother protests. And, you know, the judges just looked at him.
Is that a fact?
Right.
Well,
so
you
that's
have a right, as an American, you have a right to protest. It's one of your First Amendment rights. Look it up. You'll see I'm right. You have a right to protest your just grievances, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Was the guy's name Bell? Michael Bell?
No, Dan Beaton.
Dan Beaton?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, did they ever actually cite you with any wrongdoing in the raising of the child?
Oh, most certainly. Okay. What they said was I offered her a cookie to finish her lunch one day, and the state of Michigan called that bad parenting. They wouldn't allow it. No, they found only frivolous.
I'm smelling a rat in the woodpile here.
Sure. I think I can even prove
a rat in the woodpile here because normally they have to have some type of history of some kind of abuse or some type of maltreatment of the child before they can even get to this phase.
No, they never even mentioned abuse and neglect in the courtroom. There wasn't any. Okay. Even the judge said this is a wonderful child.
Was the mother your daughter?
Yes.
Or your son? Okay. All right. And what did the mother want to do? Did she give up her rights to the child?
Oh, heavens, no. No.
She fought him tooth and nail, too?
Yep.
Okay, what does she want to do? Have you talked to her?
Oh, she sits every day and cries for years.
All right, so both you and the mother of the child want the child back, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, this is going to be a battle, kind of like I told that gal just a couple of calls back. We're not going to be able to actually get the whole thing off the ground here in 20 minutes of answering questions. This is going to be one of them big jobs, okay?
Right.
And you have a right to sue these people. And
I know. I am.
Just about. You're going to be in federal court almost for sure, and you're going to be talking federal civil rights under Title 42 United States Code, Section 1983, 1985, and 1986, that 2 or more persons conspired to injure or otherwise oppress you in the exercise of your constitutional rights, and in so doing caused you this great injury, okay?
Uh-huh.
And you're going to have to be able to vocalize how much this injury is to you so that we can actually proceed to a damaged state, okay?
Don't you think President versus Tampa is a good place to start?
Well, there's plenty of cases that we can cite that are good cases to start. But the reality is everything aside, your constitutional rights were violated, and they don't even give you a chance to see the child, okay, which is another violation. Even if they did adopt her out, you would think that you'd get a chance to see her at least.
I know.
Your parental rights would be not totally vacated, as your daughter's parental rights would not be totally vacated unless they could show some outstanding circumstance where the child would be endangered in some way.
Nope, there was no reason that she would be endangered. She lived a very good life in a nice house and enjoyed her life.
Okay. How old is this child today?
She's 11. The state of Michigan Children Ombudsman investigated the case and said there was no reason this child should have been removed.
I believe you. I do.
I've got all the papers that say that.
But I can tell you one of the reasons was they got $85,000 for the child.
I know. She was a prime cell. Not only that, I think I can prove that she was adopted to a friend of the judge.
Well, there you go. I knew there was. You smelled the rat in the wood pile.
I know. There's lots of rats in this pile.
All right. Well, you're another person that they've thrown under the bus, and the reality here is that they don't care. Now, what we have to do here is analyze everything, get all the facts together, make a viable summons and complaint, walk into federal court, you're going to pay your $300, and you're going to haul these people to a federal court, and you're going to demand satisfaction based on the principle that your constitutional rights were clearly denied to you, okay? You're not going to be able to do this in a state court. There's just no way. So it's going to be a federal court for sure.
Well, I've already gone into federal court once. I've gone into the Court of Claims.
What happened? What happened when you went to federal court?
Well,
Did you get Robert Holmes?
basically, the judge hired a large attorney firm, and they were throwing things at me that I didn't quite understand. So,
which judge did you get? Robert Holmes Bell?
Pardon?
Did you get Robert Holmes Bell, the federal judge on the case? He's the federal judge in Grand Rapids.
Kind of, I can't remember.
Was he a little short guy with white hair?
Oh, I never got to see him. No.
You never got to see him? Oh.
No, we never got into court.
So they never got you into court. That's what happened there.
No. And the Court of Claims,
you have to have permission. You can't go to the Court of Claims unless you have their permission to sue them.
I know.
Did you go get permission to sue them?
Claims.
Okay. All right. So obviously you've been banging your head against this wall for a long time, and it's going to feel real good when you can stop and just get your day. So that's what we're going to have to concentrate forward to. You're going to have to get some contact information to the appropriate folks here, Truth and the program with Angela. And then what we're going to do is we're going to have to make a convenient time for us to get together and go over all of the programming, paperwork, and everything, and then see if there's some common ground on some of the ideas that we can share with you on how to file a lawsuit against these people. Now, when they dismissed the lawsuit here, the federal lawsuit that you started, or the federal action, did they dismiss it and tell you that you can't file any more papers?
No, I've never been dismissed, so that I can't.
Well, it's still going. It's still going in federal court right now.
No. I'm getting ready to take it back there. So I've been working on getting the paperwork.
Well, I hope you get Robert Holmes Bell, because he's a pretty decent judge of judges as far as judges go. The other guy is a terrible guy. He just sits up on the bench and smiles and grins like hell at everybody getting their rights violated. He's a terrible guy.
I thought they all did that.
No, that one guy, he's real bad. I know his name by heart, but I can't think of it right now because I'm tired. But there's only two judges there. One of them's real good. So that's what we're going to have to do. We're going to have to get your contact information, and we're going to have to roll from there. So get all of your files and records together.
I got them.
See if we can't hook up with you and at least try and show you a direction or a program that you can go to. Okay?
Okay.
God love you. And I say a special prayer for you folks, because I know you've been put through the mill.
Angela, is it possible that he continue this Saturday?
Saturday?
What's going?
Yes.
Well,
How many more do we have?
8.
All right, well, let's see if we can at least get 3 of them done in the next 5 minutes, okay? Not to be rushing anybody, but let's see what we can do. Because some of these cases are like this last lady. They're going to have to be a contact. I mean, we can't do these kind of cases over the phone like this. It just isn't going to work. Because, 1, we have to verify the record. 2, we have to sit down and get the whole dialogue on what they know of what happened in their life, and then we have to figure a way to get restitution. So that's not going to happen over the phone tonight. So let's see how many of these people have major questions that are going to take time, and then we can do contact with them, and let's see how we can float past, okay? See if we got people ready to go. Let's charge. Let's charge. We hate to have people wait this long and not get any help.
Okay. Connecticut, go ahead.
Let's go. Stand up. Look up. We're going. Hello, hello, hello.
Are you there? Connecticut.
Are you there, Connecticut? Come on, baby. You waited all this time. Let's do it.
Maybe fell asleep.
All right.
All right. Well,
one last chance. Connecticut. All right. Move on to the next.
I'll leave him unmuted so that if he comes back.
Okay. If he comes back, we can do something. Okay. All right.
All right. Ray Shaw 2. Go ahead.
Go for it.
Ray Shaw 2. Did you have a question? Please go ahead.
You basically answered it. I'll just ask another brief question. Do you have a general idea of the class you was talking about? Is it to be, say, in the next couple of months, or are you talking this year? And if so, what's the approximate cost so that I can try to start saving?
You know something? You just heard us brainstorming on this program right now tonight. We haven't even sat down and actually finalized anything in terms of costs, timing, anything. So you caught us that in the beginning, that far into the beginning. So we won't have any kind of knowledge of that probably at least for 2 weeks to 3 weeks and talking privately among ourselves. But if you leave a contact number, as soon as we decide to do something, we will make sure that you get posted. And if you want to do it, you're welcome to come try it. Okay?
Okay, then.
Right, or just keep checking the website, myprivateaudio.com, and listening to the calls, and I'm sure you won't be left out of the loop.
Okay, then, and I just wanted to say, I won't ask any questions, but I do have some issues that I'd like to discuss, and so I will email Truth, and mine will be mixed motives, multiple issues, or something like that, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All righty. Thank you.
Stand
we
up.
Go to next, that would be Delta 1. Go ahead, Delta 1.
Yes, this is Delta. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Okay. I'm new to all this, and I may ask some stupid questions, but I have 3 judgments, and I can't sell my land. I can't do anything, and they're all from fraudulent credit cards that have, they put it on in the court. And I don't know what to do. Dave Mack has been helping me, and he's doing, I guess, the best he can. And I need to get this done as soon as possible because I've lost a lot of land sales. I do have land to sell, but I can't sell them because the judgments. And
let's hang loose here for a second. Let me ask you this. Have you ever gone to one of these credit counselors and saw if they could mitigate your programming on your credit card debt? Where you agree to sit down and try and work something out, maybe settle up 20 cents on the dollar or 10 cents on the dollar and get these off your record?
No, sir. I'm actually broke and I don't know how to do this.
Okay, well, you get with one of these credit counselors and they actually call up the credit card company and they make a deal to pay off the whole thing for like 10 to 20 cents on the dollar of what you actually owe. And then they'll even let you make payments to get this thing all resolved. And if you usually enter into one of those programs, they'll agree to not prosecute or go after your private property, okay? And obviously what has happened is this thing has gone all the way through the whole foreclosure banking situation where you've gotten judgments entered against you. Now, you could still go in and try and work out with some type, or you could file bankruptcy. That's your choice, okay? And bankruptcy would eliminate all of these debts. But then the bankruptcy court may make you sell all this land, you understand? Anyway, as part your trustee will make you sell your assets to try and come up with ways of paying these bills, okay? But you could go into what is called Chapter 13 reorganization, and you could reorganize all your debts, and that would stop them from taking any of your properties immediately. That would put an automatic stay of execution under Rule 62 of Title 28. All of the rulings that the court has done already would be held in abeyance pending the outcome of the bankruptcy court. And that's another thing you could do. And for about $300, $299, you could go into bankruptcy court, file on the bankruptcy, and that would stop everything that's been done against you. Okay? Have you ever filed bankruptcy before?
No, sir, I have not. I was, Dave is kind of advising me as to what to do, and I'm just learning about this stuff. I've been listening to your videos. I've heard all of them one time, the whole 3 sessions, but I didn't hear anything about judgments. So that's why I'm, asking for help, because I'm real new at this.
Well, there are seminars that we did judgments, but you probably haven't gotten to it yet. But those seminars were done over 30 years ago. That makes me feel I'm dating myself now, like I'm a grandfather now already.
You mean your sessions that's on Truth?
Yeah. That was done in 1991, 92. This is now 2011.
Okay.
All of those seminars were done in the 90s, 1990 through 2000.
Okay.
When I was young and crazy. I had plenty of energy.
Right.
Anyway, to make a long story short, we have to do something to get you relief, because they're going to try and satisfy those judgments, and that'll mean grabbing your property or forcing it to a foreclosure sale, okay? I recommend highly that you go out at least tomorrow or sometime in the next couple of days and seek the counsel of a bankruptcy attorney and see what he can do to relieve all of this stuff. I'm not saying to do it. I'm just saying see what he can do to relieve all this stuff. You could also try calling a credit counselor. They have all these credit card counselors that come on. We can get your credit card reduced, at least by 60%. Give us a chance. And then they go in and actually argue for you in mitigation and mediation with the credit card company, and they get them to drop 60 or 80% of the bill, and you settle for 20 cents on a dollar, and when you're done, and they can't do nothing, okay? And technically, if they refuse you a mediation chance, if it goes to court, they got to pay all the court costs at the end if you win, okay? So these are some ideas that you could do immediately to at least talk to somebody about this problem and where it's going.
Well, I have talked to 3 different lawyers, and they tell me it's going to cost me $10,000 for each one.
Oh, they're not real lawyers. They're rookies. They're what we call ambulance chasers. They don't know what they're talking about. It doesn't cost that much. It shouldn't cost more than $1,500 or something like that. It's $300 to file bankruptcy, for Christ's sake. And,
anyway, that's what they told me. So I'm kind of, waiting on Dave.
Today, I want you to go on the internet. Are you computer literate? Do you know how to make a computer work?
I can, yes. I mean, I know how to turn it on and do, emails and stuff.
You know how to get to Google? You know how to get to Google?
Yes, sir.
All right, I want you to look up on Google. I want you to look up this website. It's called Abacus, ABACUS, BC.com.
Okay, I got that earlier, yes.
And I want you to watch that video for about 40 minutes and see if that's something you might be interested in doing, and pay them the $25 and get that certificate. Because if we want you to go to bankruptcy, we're going to want you to go rather quickly. We don't want you to delay for 2 weeks or a month or anything. And if you don't do it that way, they'll make you to go to the court, to the federal courts, bankruptcy school, and it'll take 2 to 3 weeks, and that's too long to wait for the stay protection, okay? So I want you to have the protection right now. So go to the AbacusCC.com.
Okay, I've got that, yeah.
Watch that video for about 40 minutes. It basically teaches you how to budget and how to form a budget and what is a debt and what is an asset and all the basic stuff you need to know.
Is that free, or do you have to pay for that?
It's $25.
Okay.
To take the thing and get the certification. You can take the thing without paying anything. But if you want the certification that you took the course, and you have to have that to file bankruptcy, It's $25, and they'll send you the certificate right over to email, right then and there. See, lawyers know about these things to get you into bankruptcy right now. If you need to have that stay protection, they know how to get you in right now. Or if you go by yourself, they make you wait 2 or 3 weeks to go to the next school for bankruptcy court, and then you got to go another 2 weeks after that. Well, by then, they've already run the truck over the top and back up and did it again. So this is a secret weapon that comes from the bankruptcy attorneys themselves who taught it to me, and I share it with you now so that you can actually have your certificate immediately, so that if you wanted to go to bankruptcy court tomorrow, we could do that, okay?
Yes.
Then I want you to go and talk to a bankruptcy attorney first, and see what they could do for you. But it isn't $10,000. At the most, it would be $2,000.
Yeah.
I don't know how much your assets are or what your program is, but at the most, it would be $2,000, okay? But you could get in under probably around $800, okay? But to file the paperwork is $300. I know that for sure most everywhere you go, okay?
Yeah, okay.
And that would immediately stop them from any activity they wanted to do regarding your property.
Well, they haven't done anything for years. I mean, it's been 4 years on one of them, and I didn't even know I had it until I tried to sell a piece of land. And it's, you know, it was in the court, and I lost the sale, of course. I lost 2 sales, and then I've got 2 more that's coming up, and I'm going to lose them too because I still have it.
We have to get right on this right now and quickly. So they've got liens on your property. So actually, they are hoping that you're going to make a deal with them and pay them. So they lien the properties is what they've done to block you from using it.
Okay.
The other alternative is you could go take a loan out, but see, you got to be careful doing stuff like this. You take a loan out on the value of the property, and then just take that equity and run with it, and then you'd at least have your equity out of the property. But you got to watch it. You don't get caught doing stuff like that, because then they could allege that you did that fraudulently. Now, I'm not going to advise you to do stuff fraudulently. I wouldn't do that, because I don't want you to get in no trouble, okay?
Dave, are you listening?
I first want you to talk to a bankruptcy lawyer and see what they could do for you to protect you, okay?
Dave Mack, are you listening?
Because what they're going to do eventually is foreclose those properties for the debt. And they could start doing it this week. And then what would you do? You know, then they would take the properties and force the sheriff to sell them at auction. So we got to stop them possibly doing that, and you need to have the advice of a good bankruptcy attorney to tell you what your remedies and your programming is. The second thing we need to do is get you to one of these credit counselors. I can think of bunches of them, Credit Counselors of America. There's all kinds of them all over. And see what they could do to what is called bargain and or mitigate, or they have a word for it. It's called mediation, and try and get down the claims of the debts on these particular credit cards, okay? I don't know what they're claiming, what the debt is, how much it is, or how little it is, but usually they can talk down the debt, unbelievably, almost 60 to 80%. And as long as you settle with them, you're done. Okay. And they'll let you enter into a payment plan. They'll let you enter into a payment plan where you can be making payments.
Okay, I'm very hard of hearing, and I can't hear half of what you're saying. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I wish you told me that in the beginning. I would have spoke louder, but I'm in a situation now where I got a whole house full of people that are sleeping here.
Well, go ahead and take someone else. I'll talk with Dave. Maybe he heard what you said.
Okay. All right. Now, let's get some serious counsel right now.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Hold on. She can come back and listen to the recording and turn it up full blast.
Okay.
And
all right.
At around the 4-hour mark.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. All right. God love you and keep you, and I'm wishing you well. And if you leave your contact information, we'll do our best to try and get you steered in the right direction, okay?
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. God love you and keep you. All
right,
let's get the next guy. Let's get the next guy.
Okay, the next guy. Go ahead, Cowboy.
Yes, I was, Vince Long. I was wanting to know, I'm in a federal lawsuit. I filed against the servicer and the trustee, but the day before we had my mortgage sale, and they went ahead with it, and the sheriff didn't even do it. Some lawyer came up from Dallas and did it. And
sheriff. That's why they call it a sheriff's sale.
But the sheriff didn't even do it.
Well, he screwed up then. It's not a valid sheriff's sale if the sheriff doesn't do it.
Because he wasn't even in the building. The county judge was there, and the JP was all there watching, because me and another fellow was there. He filmed it for me, and I was talking to this judge all the time, asking her if she even had a license to sell real estate in the state of Texas. And I had her so nervous she couldn't even hardly talk, but they went ahead with the sale. And I, of course, I had one buyer there, and I told him, I said, you can go ahead and buy this, but there's a federal lawsuit against it. And now they have filed, I really learned a lot here, and I just got papers Monday that they filing for a summary judgment. And I'm doing this pro se, so.
Okay, well, that same court case I gave those people before, Haynes versus Kerner.
Yeah, I got that down.
404 U.S. 519. They can't get a summary judgment of a pro se litigant. It's not proper jurisprudence. They have to give you your day to come to court and actually state your case. They have to do it. It's required.
Okay, that's what I need. And you earlier in the call, you talked about some kind of federal law numbers, and I didn't get them down. But if this is recorded, I can go back and listen to them.
It probably was Title 42, United States Code, sections 1983, 1985, and 1986, and that has to do with federal civil rights lawsuits, where if two or more persons conspire to injure, otherwise oppress you, and exercise your constitutional rights, they are subject to a $10,000 fine, 10 years in jail or both, and if death results, life in prison. That kind of stuff. Does that sound
Title 42, section 1983, 1985, and 1986.
1986, yes.
You said something there. Rang a bell now.
Those are the civil complaints for your civil rights being violated. The criminal complaints are Title 18, United States Code 241.
I was reading somewhere where the servicer didn't even have a right to bring a foreclosure.
Well, technically he doesn't. And that case is the Ibanez case that just came before the Massachusetts Supreme Court.
Yeah, I've got that stored on my computer.
They don't have any standing to even bring the case. And the judge held their feet to the fire and says, well, where's your note? Do you have a possession of the note? Are you a holder in due course? And they couldn't prove it. So the Supreme Court of Massachusetts ruled against the bank.
See, this was another one of those deals. I took the loan out. It was an equity loan. And the state of Texas is a non-judicial state, but equity loans are judicial. And it was with a company called New Century. Well, they turned it over to a company called Carrington Mortgage Services, and I have been told that Carrington Mortgage Services is almost as bad as Countrywide.
Yeah, well, that's probably true. And here's the argument that you want to use. You want to use Title 12, United States Code, Title 12, United States Code, Section 226.23. 226.23. That deals with the right of rescission. You had a right to be notified within 72 hours of any transfer of the property, okay? And that failing that, they denied you your due process and they voided the contract. And
well, I'll tell you, I've learned a lot here. Now, I want to get involved in this school you're having whenever. Because I've been fighting these people since off and on, not this particular deal, but the IRS and them since 1999.
Okay, well.
I'm still out of jail.
Welcome to the club.
I've only been in jail for 9 hours once, and I got some other questions I'll ask you, and I can talk to you privately because some of this stuff is kind of.
All right, send some contact information in so that we can at least call you back and get.
Yeah, I'll kind of look at it, say Cowboy's got questions or something like that.
It might take a couple of days to get.
Oh, that's all right. That's fine.
A list of you guys growing and growing every time.
I've been involved in all these deals, and sounds to me like you're the only guy that I've heard lately that knows what he's talking about.
Well, this is my 42nd year. The 17th of June will be my 43rd year, okay?
All right.
This
you sound very knowledgeable, and I'm going to be talking to you, and I appreciate it, and I'll get off here and let somebody else have it.
Did you write down that site that I gave you, the banking code of Title 12?
Title 12, USC code.
Section 226.
Dot 23.
Point 23, and you want to look up Regulation Z.
Regulation Z, like in zebra?
Yep, and the right of rescission. right of recension.
Okay.
Because
Right.
they had to notify you within 72 hours when they reassigned this death, okay?
I think I know a judge here is going to be kind of impressed with my paperwork.
Well, I don't care if he's impressed, just so he does
Yeah.
the right thing by you.
Yeah, I don't either,
If
really.
he honors your constitutional rights and does the right thing by you, then he'll impress the hell out of me.
Judge requires a mediation in federal lawsuits.
Yeah, well,
I had the mediation, and I gave him a list of things that I wanted.
And what happened to the mediator? What did he do?
The mediator was a nice guy. He did what he was told to do, and he had me in one room and him another, and he asked me what I wanted, and I told him, gave him the list, already had it all worked out. I also had visited with Dave Mack, and Dave Mack has been a good friend of mine for a while, and he helped me, and I appreciate his help.
Okay.
And anyway, he went back to them, and they said, well, they had an offer, and he came back with me, and he said, they made you an offer. I said, what? He says, for $2,000, and you give them the keys. I said, well, they've already made me an offer long day of the sale for $500.
Whoa. They said, you give them $2,000 or give me the keys?
If I'd give them $2,000, they'd give me $2,000 and I'd give them the key.
No. That's nothing but travel expenses. That's bull. No.
I wasn't fixing to take it. I mean, I'm staying here.
That's not an offer. That's an insult.
Yeah, that's what I thought. But see, the problem with it is, a guy had flown in all the way from Santa Ana, California to be here.
Exactly.
I mean, they're stupid as rock.
Stupid as a rock. You're absolutely right.
But Dave's helping a lot. I had help people, and I've been fighting this a long time. But I'm not going to give up. All
right, keep trying.
And I'll be getting in contact with her because I want to work with you. I mean, this.
Okay.
And I'll tell you more of the story and I've been into this traffic deal too. I've been running without tags for 2 years.
Well, you have a legal right to do that. You're not running. You're traveling.
I'm traveling.
You're traveling.
I'll tell you my story some other time, but you got other people waiting on you.
All right, but you're not.
I appreciate it. I'll be in touch.
Okay, but you're not operating on the road in
I'm
Congress.
a traveler. I don't drive. I'm a traveler.
All right. God love you and keep you, and get your contact information, and we'll see what we can do. All right, do we got another guy or gal? Stand up, look up.
Yes,
Let's go.
we do. We have Radio Ninja. Did you have a question? Radio Ninja.
Is my mic working?
Yeah,
is my mic working?
Yes.
Okay.
Kamsahamnida, Ninja.
Oregon. I got basically just two questions. One, is there a website for the school?
Well, you just heard us talking about it. We just actually started talking about it for the first time. So we haven't. You've already got us in shop and the lights on and the electric working and the radio working and everything. We have just basically touched on the idea of doing it tonight. Okay.
Oh, I see.
So give us about another 10 days to 2 weeks to kick this around, and we'll see if we can't formulate something to. Obviously, there is a genuine interest in this type of programming. Obviously, we would like to continue on the valuable work of others in this area that have, people like Dan Pilla and some of the others, Howard Griswold and some of the others that have carried the fight all these years. I loved Howard. Listen to him because he got his license plate. He put on there "My Car." He went to one of these places, these curio shops, and he had the license plate actually made up "My Car." They left him alone for quite a while. He got away with it. But eventually they try and come and see what they can do. Now, we also tried. We had a white plate made up with black letters to look like a federal plate, and we put the site for Shapiro versus Thompson right on it. And it looked like we were an ambassador's car, and we put it on a Rolls Royce. And 394 US 618.
Conference is scheduled to be broken down automatically in
5
minutes. To extend the time by 60 minutes, press star 8.
Okay, we got to hustle. All right, we got 5 minutes.
Yeah, we got 5 minutes left.
All right.
If we get cut off, I just want to say I love you, everybody, and we'll see you on Saturday. I will let you know if we're going to continue for Saturday. But go ahead,
all right, let's try and shoot for
Man.
everybody.
Let's see here. We got Sabian. Go ahead. Did you have a question, Sabian?
We want to congratulate you on your 100, your big 100.
Oh, thank you. I'm glad you were on it.
Okay.
I wish Robert would have made it. But, Savion, did you have a question?
Go fast. We got 5 minutes.
I guess not. Okay, Savion.
Next one. We'll get
Next
you Saturday.
one, Cleveland. Go ahead, Cleveland. Did you have a question, Cleveland?
Hello.
Yes,
Hi.
we're ready. What's your
Yes, I have a question. I had sent a subpoena, Deuces Takem, to assistant prosecutor, and he put a motion to quash. And I want to know what can I do to attack that motion.
Well, he has a right to, he can quash it. He can try quashing it, but you have a right to a subpoena. If you have a case in court and you need information, and they're withholding that information, what we should explain real quickly, a subpoena Deuces Takem means that you are requesting for books and records and any information that they may have in regards to a subject or a named party, okay? That's what a subpoena Deuces Takem means. It means you come down and your records with you, and we want to question you about a specific subject or person or doctor or some idea like that. Now, he can put in a motion to quash your subpoena, but then he's denying you due process. And why would he do that? I mean, he's just opening himself up to be sued, okay?
Okay.
Now, if you have a genuine, lawful reason to get a subpoena Deuces Takem, they have to give you that subpoena Deuces Takem. It's not up to them to whether or not they want to or not. They have to do it as part of discovery, and the name of the case is called Brady versus Maryland. Brady versus Maryland, and another case is U.S. versus Jenks, Jenks, and you can look up a statute. It's called Title 18, United States Code, Section 3500.
Okay.
Title 18, U.S. Code, Section 3500. And it says very clearly in there that if it should be found that the government has failed to provide the Jenks material or the proper discovery information, the case will be dismissed. So they got two choices. If they deny you your due process rights or they deny you your discovery, guess what? They can get sued personally and the case can be dismissed, especially if it's a criminal case. Okay?
Okay.
All right?
Okay, thanks.
All right, God love you and keep you. Let's get the next guy in here. Come on, stand up. Your plane is leaving.
Okay, go ahead, Prosperous.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Hi.
Yep,
Yeah.
we hear you.
Hi. I know that we only have 5 minutes. I'm going to make it very, very quick. Everyone obviously don't get a chance to ask all the questions they would like to on TalkShoe, and I just wanted to know, are you guys willing to just like do private sessions for people? Perhaps, I don't know, 30 minutes of Q&A or so.
Well, we would consider it. You know, if we could arrange it and do it, we would consider doing it. Or you could come to us and we would do it. One of those type of situations.
Okay, well, I'm Prosperous. My name is Darlene, and I'm sure that I know I'm not the only one on this call that would be willing to gladly donate, gift, whatever you want to call it.
As a matter of fact, we're doing it tonight. Have you noticed? This is what we're doing tonight.
I missed a lot of the call because my internet connection was down.
Okay,
but
well, we almost missed it ourselves because of that. So,
well, I guess
we're here.
Okay.
So if you would be interested in something like that, you have her website, Angela's website there, and you could stay in touch with the bulletin board there. I'm sure we could work something out, or you could contact Angela or Truth, and they would be happy to probably work something out with you. Not to worry. We will be more than happy to help any honest person that's trying to get their day in court. Okay?
All righty. Thank you very much.
God love you and keep you.
All righty. Bye, guys.
That looks like it.
Stand up, hook up. We did it. We got them all.
We did it. It's great. That's fantastic. And so, we want to have you on again, though, right before you have your Baltimore event.
We'll see what we can do to comply and program and work